Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. I'm your humble host. The mean of revolution. No way out. Trump's trapped. Nothing can save him. Iran controls this war. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution? Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, there's no way out for the imperialist usurpers. Iran controls this war. Let's get into the content. Salute, family. Options. Emperor who has no cover.
Images from multiple angles showed a large fire and thick black smoke billowing into the air at a sensitive Israeli facility, Neo-Hovav Industrial Complex, near Beersheba. Neo-Hovav, which was targeted by Iranian missiles, is one of the largest chemical complexes in Negev Desert of southern Israel, and had previously been relocated south from Haifa, due to concerns it could be targeted by Hezbollah. Foz News reported on Sunday that the latest wave of Iranian missiles hit a crucial Israeli chemical plant, which has 19 chemical plants there, producing sapphire domes for missile defense, and also contributing to Israeli nuclear weapons program. The Israeli Fire and Rescue Authority reported that it extinguished the fire at the targeted plant, which took several hours. There were reports of secondary explosions and leaks of hazardous chemicals, particularly in the industrial zone, which has been asked to minimize traffic on roads until further notice. The Interior Defense Command warned of a chemical leak following the serious attack, and is currently investigating whether an ammonia tank at the site, or a fuel tank, was targeted. Meanwhile, the spokesman for the Qatam Al-Anbiya headquarters of IRGC stated on March 29 that solid and liquid ballistic missile forces from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force targeted the industrial city of Neo-Hovav in the south of the occupied territories, and as a result of the successive explosions, the area experienced a complete blackout. As part of the 86th wave of Operation True Promise 4, Iran released images of the launched Sejil missiles, one of the most advanced missiles in Iranian arsenal, showing them racing against each other to target Israeli industrial cities. IRGC emphasized that during this phase, which is dedicated to all brave athletes and national heroes, and as a firm response to the brutal U.S.-Israeli Axis aggression on industrial centers in Iran, it continues to attack U.S.-linked industries along the Persian Gulf. The targeting of industrial zones such as Neo-Hovav shows that Tehran is now aiming for long-term economic damage, not just military sites. Several Israeli armors entering the city.
This shit's so bad. Can't nobody in the world see these people not using a nuclear weapon. I'm talking about the Israel and the U.S. I mean, it's going so bad for them. They're getting so humiliated. And Trump, just threatening to send the Marines and all that stuff, that used to scare nations. That type of shit made Venezuela give over Maduro. That's just a fact. Venezuela tapped out. Israel is trying. This is they could never ever fight Iran no ground. They're trying to fight Hezbollah on the ground, and I mean they are absolutely getting. I mean, I think 38 Israelis died yesterday. They getting demolished. I believe a bunch of Iranians went to Lebanon and they in there pretending like they Hezbollah, but it's really the Iranians kicking their ass.
City of Deir Syrian, southern Lebanese, exploded after being hit by fire from resistance forces. According to a Hezbollah official, southern Lebanon has become a graveyard for Merkava tanks.
That's what's going to happen. You see that tank blowing up right there? That's what will happen to the U.S. if they try to invade Iran. It's going to be videos like this of our tanks getting blown up, drones destroying them. I'm talking about the hell that they're going to witness. It's something they only seen in horror movies, bro.
The Israeli military said in a social media post on Thursday that it was sending more troops from the 162nd Division to join two other army divisions already in southern Lebanon,
and they fighting
as it expanded its ground invasion with the aim of deepening the so-called buffer zone in the area. Sources confirmed fighting in Deir Syrian, Qiyam, Al-Bayada, and Jezin, meaning the front line was an average of 5.5 kilometers inside Lebanese territory. Hezbollah warned that Israeli actions and statements threaten Lebanon's sovereignty and violate international law, amidst the silence of concrete actions from the Lebanese government, which only continuously warns Israel. Separately, Hezbollah.
See how they bait them in? That's real military shit. They let by 5 or 6 tanks come in, hit one in the middle, so you trap the ones in the front, hit one in the back. I mean, they doing them dirty. And the Israelis is like, they got them people on drugs because they going to their death, but they still going. That's crazy.
Hezbollah military released a video on March 27, showing the targeting of an enemy army tank in the city of Deir Syrian on Thursday. Merkava tank camouflaged among civilian homes was detonated with a guided missile during a field attack in the area, likely killing the crews. Hezbollah said it had targeted several Israeli armored vehicles with guided missiles, including 2 Merkava tanks in the border town of Deir Syrian, and announced more than 45 military operations against Israel on Thursday, including rocket and drone attacks, and the targeting of Israeli forces inside Lebanon. Meanwhile, Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem vowed this week that the group would continue its unrestricted fight against what he described as an enemy that occupies the land and continues its daily aggression.
All that talking shit.
The Israeli military.
All that talking shit. I seen the U.S. talk about what they're gonna do to Hezbollah. Go ahead. Go with Israel. Go help Israel. Go help Israel invade Lebanon. Get your ass. But the U.S. That's the little brother. So Israel is getting wiped out in a land war with the little brother, and the U.S. stupid ass is saying they're gonna go invade the territory of the big brother, who's 100 times, who's 1,000 times more vicious than Hezbollah. We finna see real death and destruction.
He has carried out air and ground attacks across Lebanon, while issuing mass evacuation orders for residents in the south of the country, as well as some suburbs of the capital, Beirut. More than 1.2 million people have been forced from their homes since early March, according to the UN, raising concerns of a growing humanitarian crisis.
And Iran said this morning they released their military leader, who every time he released this statement, it happens. He said since the regional leaders, he talking about the Arab kings in Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, since they want to allow the Iranian leaders' homes and residential, I knew this was going to happen, residential areas to be targeted. That leaves them no choice but to target the residential areas of regional leaders. They already targeted Benjamin Netanyahu residents. They already targeted his office. Who could he be talking about? He talking about the fucking king of Saudi Arabia, the king of Kuwait, the king of Bahrain, them dictators in the United Arab Emirates. The Iranians told them today they finna hit all their houses. All of their little palaces finna start getting hit. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what you do to them Arabs. Total humiliation. For the racist Arabs, like I was saying that to Hezbollah, some Arabs, and they fighting hard. For the racist, bigot Arabs, they're going to get what they deserve. I don't got no beef with Hezbollah. They Spanish, wrong Arabs too. They don't have no problem with it.
Well, my dear truth seekers, the more I watch and study the current war in the Middle East, the more it begins to remind me of a comedy show. So, a few hours ago, sources in the White House confirmed that the United States had completely changed its objectives in the war against Iran. It is reported that now, for the Trump administration, the main goal is not to change power in Iran and destroy the Islamic Republic, but to unblock the Strait of Hormuz. Furthermore, sources note that if successful, Trump will present the unblocking of the Strait of Hormuz to the world as the greatest U.S. victory in its modern history. However, if Trump does this, he will automatically humiliate the United States even more. The fact is that before the attack on Iran by the US and Israel, the Strait of Hormuz was already open, and ships from even Western countries freely cruised in this strategically important area of the Middle East. That is, the United States, with its attack on Iran, achieved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and now, after a month of war, Washington is trying to unblock the strait and pass it off as a great victory. This really sounds ridiculous. It seems that the US authorities really need the help of psychiatrists. These idiots have created serious problems for the United States with their reckless actions, and are now trying to solve them with the lives of tens of thousands of American soldiers. Meanwhile, even Washington's allies admit that the attack on Iran has led the United States into an impasse, from which it will be impossible to get out without losing face. Indeed, in 1 month of war, the United States lost a huge number of fighter jets, tanker planes, and unmanned aerial vehicles. Even though the American command is trying in every possible way to hide from the public the real losses of the United States, in the age of the internet, the inconvenient truth continues to surface periodically. By the way, the Pentagon even tried to hide from the public the destruction of the upgraded airborne early warning and control aircraft, Boeing E-3 Sentry, worth $500 million, saying that during the Iranian missile attack on the Prince Sultan Air Base, this aircraft received minor damage. However, after photos of this aircraft surfaced online, it became clear that the Boeing E-3 Sentry was not damaged, but completely destroyed. The loss of the Boeing E-3 Sentry was the most painful blow to the U.S. Air Force, as this aircraft is very rare, and requires a great deal of money and effort to create even a single basic model. In total, as of March 30, 2026, in the war against Iran, the United States had lost 15 military aircraft and dozens of unmanned aerial vehicles, totaling $5 billion. Meanwhile, Trump continues to make weird statements unrelated to reality. So, on March 30th, he reiterated that the United States had won the war, and that Iran had only a few missiles left in its arsenal. Against this backdrop, a spokesman for the Qatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters of the Iranian Military Command, Colonel Ebrahim Zulfagari, said that Donald Trump is a pathological liar. According to him, Trump says one thing and does another. Furthermore, Colonel Zulfagari also confirmed that if Trump dares to launch a ground operation against Iran, then American soldiers will receive a warm welcome, and that the sharks in the Persian Gulf are hungry, and that they are looking forward to the beginning of the landing of American Marines on the Iranian islands.
Booyah, I found it. The perfect condo. But boo-hoo, I was out of the country. And not to fret, my frost...
By the way, right after this statement by Colonel Zulfagari, Iran dealt a devastating blow to the U.S. airbase Al-Azraq, in Jordan. Later, the IRGC officially stated that during the attack on this airbase, logistics depots and places of the deployment of American soldiers were destroyed. On the same day, Iran launched a missile attack on a chemical plant, south of the Israeli city of Beersheba. As a result, a fire started on the territory of the plant, which Israeli firefighters still cannot extinguish. Simultaneously with this, Iranian drones and missiles rained down on strategic Israeli army installations in the port city of Haifa. The official report says that during this attack, the Strategic Electronic Warfare Center and ELTA systems multi-mission radars of the Israeli Air Force were hit. My friends, you must understand that even minor damage to these radars can significantly reduce the ability to intercept Iranian missiles and drones by Israeli air defense. Meanwhile, Israeli army major and former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, made a rather shocking statement. In particular, he officially acknowledged that Israel had lost the current war in the Middle East. Israel is not being able to win in Gaza, Lebanon, or anywhere else, Naftali Bennett said. It is noteworthy that the former Israeli Prime Minister made this shocking statement after the serious failures of the IDF in southern Lebanon. As it turned out, on March 2, 2026, when the IDF invaded Lebanon, Israeli soldiers faced a completely new force that not only stopped the further advance of the Israeli army, but also inflicted devastating damage on Israeli units. As it turned out, in 1 month of fighting in Lebanon, the Israeli army suffered heavy losses due to the elite Radwan Force, which is a Special Operation Forces unit of Hezbollah. It is reported that fighters of the Radwan Special Forces unit fought shoulder to shoulder with Russian Spetsnaz in Syria. It is noteworthy that fighters of the Radwan Special Forces unit used precisely the tactics of the Russian Spetsnaz against Israeli troops in southern Lebanon. They ambush and attack Israeli forces in small groups, using not only anti-tank missiles, but also FPV drones. As a result, the Israeli army lost 21 Merkava tanks, 13 Namur armored personnel carriers, and 38 soldiers in the area of the settlements of Ainata, Al-Bayad, and Shama. The worst thing is that Israel suffered all these losses within 24 hours. It is worth noting that during the invasion of Lebanon, the Israeli army completely ignored the experience of the Ukrainian war. And this became the biggest strategic mistake of the Israeli command. It was the lack of anti-drone protection on Israeli tanks and armored personnel carriers that became the main reason for such heavy losses of the Israeli army in Lebanon. Nevertheless, the Israeli authorities continue to conceal from the public the heavy losses of the Israeli army, continuing to claim that the situation is allegedly under control. Against this backdrop, a reasonable question arises. If the Israeli army cannot cope with the Radwan Special Forces unit in Lebanon, then how do the Israelis intend to defeat the million-strong Iranian army during a future ground operation against the Islamic Republic?
Strikes by Iran across the Middle East and Israel have successfully bypassed some of the world's most advanced air defense systems. But how is Tehran hitting its targets with such deadly accuracy? Intelligence analysts now suggest the answer is orbiting right above us, pointing directly to Russian space assets. According to intelligence data disclosed by Ukraine, Russian space assets deliberately captured high-resolution imagery of Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, which houses American and Saudi armed forces on 3 separate occasions: March 20, March 23, and March 25. On March 26th, mere hours after the final satellite pass, Iranian forces launched a coordinated barrage consisting of 6 ballistic missiles and 29 drones at the facility. The strike successfully penetrated localized defenses, resulting in injuries to at least 10 to 12 American service members and causing notable damage to United States aerial refueling aircraft stationed at the base. The methodical nature of this satellite surveillance aligns perfectly with established Russian military doctrine regarding target acquisition and strike preparation. Intelligence analysts note that a single satellite image typically signals initial target consideration and preparation. A second image operates as a simulation or feasibility check for an impending operation. A third successive image of the same facility serves as the final tactical confirmation, almost universally indicating that a physical strike will commence within 24 to 48 hours. By executing this exact 3-step reconnaissance pattern over the Prince Sultan Air Base and immediately passing the visual data to Tehran, Moscow effectively functioned as the primary intelligence apparatus for the Iranian military. This intelligence sharing arrangement extends far beyond a single airbase in Saudi Arabia. Since the beginning of Operation True Promise, Russian satellites engaged in a sweeping surveillance campaign across the broader Gulf region and the Indian Ocean, systematically cataloging high-value American and allied military and economic infrastructure to assist Iranian targeting. On March 24th, Russian space assets photographed the joint United States and British military facility on Diego Garcia, as well as Kuwait International Airport and sections of the Greater Bergen oil field. By March 26, the reconnaissance web had expanded to capture the Shaiba oil field in Saudi Arabia, the Incirlik Air Base in Turkey, and the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The deliberate surveillance of these coordinates demonstrates a calculated effort by the Kremlin to facilitate Iranian offensive operations. The structural foundation for this coordination was laid well before the outbreak of open hostilities. For years, the Russian government has actively bolstered Iran's domestic aerospace and targeting capabilities, most notably through the provision of the Qayyam satellite. However, as the conflict intensified and Iranian missile stockpiles faced degradation from joint United States and Israeli preemptive strikes, direct Russian intervention became a tactical necessity for Tehran. By supplying real-time satellite imagery, Moscow allows Iran to bypass the limitations of its own heavily targeted sensor networks, enabling highly precise attacks that continue to evade complex air defense systems. While the Russian government officially denies supplying direct intelligence to facilitate the bombardment of American troops, the synchronization between Russian orbital paths and Iranian missile launches provides compelling evidence of active complicity. By acting as the targeting guide for Iranian strike packages, Russia achieves a crucial strategic objective, inflaming the Middle East conflict to tie down United States military resources and divert global attention away from the European theater. The integration of Russian satellite data into Iranian operations has fundamentally altered the lethality of the current war, proving that Moscow is an active participant in the targeting of American forces.
But yeah, I think your sort of suggestion is amazing. If the people if people decide to go there and in that direction.
Yeah.
Larry, let's start with what Donald Trump, the way that Donald Trump is starting his week. And he said in one of his latest post on Truth Social, he said that the United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operation in Iran. Who is he talking to?
Well, so pull up sonar21.com and look at the cartoon that's at the head of my article. Show that. I think, they say one picture is better than 1,000 words. This summarizes it.
Yeah. This time around is that the market is not reacting to what Donald Trump is saying.
It did. It did react.
It did react.
Oh yeah, no, it's up 300. Well, it started off, it was up 400 points, 500 points. Now it's only up 213. So, but are you going to show the cartoon? Can you post it there?
Let me bring it up. I think that's.
I think if people haven't seen this, they need, because this encapsulates what's going on. Donald Trump is talking to himself. What the cartoon is, it's got Donald Trump, fat, disheveled guy, laying on a psychiatrist's couch, and the psychiatrist says something to him to the effect, "So these Iranians you're talking to, are they in the room with us now?" Yeah, there we go. Yeah. The Iranians you've been talking to for 2 days, are they in the room with us now? He's delusional. Yeah, he's not talking to Iran. Nobody on his team is talking to any Iranian. If they're giving messages to Pakistan, and Pakistan is passing it on to Iran, and sometimes Iran accepts the message. They go, "Oh, okay," and then other times they say, "No, we're not even interested in the damn thing they have to say." So that's the state of the negotiations, and Trump is trying to pretend that this is, it's like a negotiating for buying a piece of property or negotiating to buy a car. Like say, okay, yeah, you got this really nice home. I'd like to buy it, but I'll pay you $900,000, or the listed price is $900,000. I'll give you $700,000. And no. So maybe they'll come back and agree that it'll be $800,000. That's not that kind of negotiation at all between Iran and the United States. Iran's position is very clear, and it's spelled out. At a minimum, get all U.S. bases, all U.S. military presence out of the Persian Gulf, lift all the sanctions, pay reparations. I'd say those are the core three. But Iran's not looking to make a deal. Iran is looking to make those conditions permanent. And, they're not going to stop. And that's where Trump and the world is starting to scream in great pain from what's happening economically. And they want it to stop. And even if it stops, the damage that's now been done to the economies of these, I'll call them false countries that are the Gulf states. I mean, let's face it, the Gulf Arabs are like a political version of Disneyland, something that's completely artificially created out of nothing. And, the royal Saud family, a bunch of Bedouin tribesmen, for God's sake, okay? They're, a couple of generations removed from riding camels around the desert and having hawks. And just because they got a lot of money, they get treated as if they're something special. They're not special. And then you go to Qatar and United Arab Emirates, those are completely artificial. I didn't realize this until recently. You got all these big high rises, these magnificent buildings like in Dubai. They don't have a sewage system. I mean, every day trucks pull up and are loaded up with shit, human feces, so that they take and dump somewhere in the desert. So they're pretending like they're sophisticated and modern, but it's just they got glorified outhouses, and so the people get the poop in their golden toilets. Then it gets flushed down to the bottom, and they get all these slave laborers from Asia that are there to clean up all the Westerners' shit. Sorry to be so crude, but that's what it is. And now here's the UAE and Saudi Arabia. I mean, 6 weeks ago, they were like at, quote, war. They were calling each other names and threatening each other. Now they're together. They're united against Iran. Oh, we're going to attack. We're going to declare war on you, and you'll be sorry, Iran. Oh, please. The UAE isn't even a speed bump in the highway, and they get rolled over by Iran. And Iran started to take them apart. I seriously believe that the United Arab Emirates is not going to survive intact as a country, as a nation, whatever it is. It no longer has an economic foundation right now. Its economy, effectively 83% of it has been turned off. It's not operating. Oil exports 25%. That's not going out. International trade at Jebel Ali, this free trade port, nothing going on there. Tourism, only the sadomasochists are showing up. They want to the ones who want to risk being in a war and getting blown up. Everybody else is getting the hell out. The construction industry's dead. The financial industry dead. So we're living. I think this is going to be really a watershed week, in the sense that it's the worsening global economic crisis is going to come into focus. Up to this point, Trump is able to play these games. Oh, things are great, man. We're negotiations. This is going to be over. And a lot of the traders on Wall Street and in London were saying, "Oh yeah, this can't last forever. The Iran's, they're destroying so much of Iran. The end is near," and it's not. It's not.
Larry, I think your understanding of these Arab states is so accurate, because you don't see the way that they see themselves is not, based on the reality of who they are.
Yeah.
Because you have to understand your capabilities and your limits. It doesn't seem that they understand that. That's why they're talking about going against Iran. And what would be the benefit for these countries, these UAE, Saudi Arabia, to go against Iran in a long run? These people, I don't know what is happening in mind of decision makers in these countries, but they're so much disconnected with the reality of what's going on.
Well, anybody that's ever been around them, and let me be clear here. This is, I'm not anti-homosexual, but if you're ever around these Gulf Arabs, I mean, here are these guys walking around wearing these white sandals with gold on them. I mean, it really gives off a very, I'll call it, effeminate vibe. And so they're not really a what I'd call a masculine group of people. It's very, it's weird. And the reason I raise that is because within the Islamic culture, it is very much against homosexuality and that kind of practice. Sorry, my dogs, somebody came to the door, and so now they both decide to start hollering. wait, hang on. Let me tell them to shut up.
Yeah.
Okay, they stopped.
That was strong. I heard.
Say what?
Yeah.
Well, hang on for a second. What?
She needs a PIN number.
Oh, 87007.
Yeah.
Sorry about this. all the distractions. So, but no, they give off, they in their sort of national policies, they're very anti-homosexual, but in their own conduct, they're very, let's say, gay friendly. And you also see this distraction between, or the difference between, they claim to have this strictly religious society, and man, when they get to London, they're chasing whores and they're drinking alcohol, and it's party all the time. And that's actually what happened in Dubai. That Iran has said, jokingly, that, hey, we've gotten, as a result of the war, we've gotten rid of all the prostitutes. So.
Not right.
No. Hey.
Hang on for a second.
Okay.
5957. Sorry.
Yeah. Larry, the other point that Donald Trump was mentioning in this post today is the case of the Strait of Hormuz. He said that if they don't open it up immediately, we're going to hit all these, electric generating plants on oil wells, oil facilities, together with Clark Island. We're going to go after that as well. But here is what was the response from the Iranians. And they have responded positively, and they're saying they're opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded positively to Trump's threat and reopened the Strait of Hormuz only for 2 Chinese tankers. So,
well, look, let's recognize the lack of logic and consistency on the part of Donald Trump. I mean, he really is all over the board. Call him two-faced. We can call him Janus, the Roman god that had 2 faces looking in opposite directions. That's Donald Trump. Because 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, they lifted all the sanctions on Iran, right? And so that why? Well, we needed to get more oil out there. We didn't want to have any sanctions that were preventing oil from getting onto the international market. Then here he is now saying, we're going to destroy your oil. So that, remember that oil we 3 weeks ago, you said was unsanctioned and you could deliver. Now we're going to destroy it and we're going to remove that from the market. So you're doing that at the very time when in the last 2 days, the price of oil has gone up, both Brent and West Texas Intermediate, the futures, they've gone up $2, $3, $4. So it's one's up to like $115, I think, and the other's up to $102. Well, sorry, that's going in the opposite direction. So what is it that you're trying to accomplish?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, it is. I was just checking the Brent. So the West Texas Intermediate is at 102, and Brent crude is at 114, and Murban crude is at 119. So this is an inflation punch in the gut to the world economy. And that doesn't even begin to capture what the cost of diesel is.
Yeah. Here is Scott Best and Larry talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
Well supplied, and we are seeing more and more ships go through on a daily basis as individual countries cut deals with the Iranian regime for the time being. But over time, the U.S. is going to retake control of the straits, and there will be freedom of navigation, whether it is through U.S. escorts or a multinational escort.
It's amazing, Larry, when you look at the way that Donald Trump is talking about negotiations, Scott Bessent talking about the United States, being in charge of the Strait of Hormuz and controlling everything. It seems to me that we're living in different, sort of universes. They're different from us. They don't. In what universe do they live, in your opinion?
Well,
how accurate is that?
You put, that's the right expression. They live in an alternate universe. and it's not reality. The United States already tried to do freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, open that up. How did that turn out? The United States failed. They got beat by the Houthis. Well, Iran is much more formidable, much more powerful, and has many more options in its arsenal of weapons and ways to pressure states in the Gulf and to control traffic through the Strait of Hormuz than the Houthis ever did. So the United States failed to open the Red Sea, and here's the Houthis now are threatening to shut it down again as well. So you got two critical waterways, and I guess the last one sort of globally would be the Malaccan Straits, which is over in Asia. So this is really disrupting the global supply chains across the board. It's raising shipping costs. Insurance costs are going through the roof. And then the effect of that on consumers is that it's going to be a combination of much higher prices, or the goods that you need or want aren't there because they haven't been able to be put on a ship and sent forward.
I have all my crypto and Kraken. I mean, crypto is the place to be right now. It's on fire.
I think you muted.
New York Times, Larry, reported that more than 50,000 soldiers so far the United States sent to the Middle East to fight. And how, let's assume Donald Trump finally goes with the decision of invading these islands. 50,000 soldiers, how is that going to play out for Donald Trump? And how is that going to gain something for Donald Trump? Because, we have to see the capabilities of these people, these forces in that island or in some islands in the Persian Gulf, and the outcome politically and militarily for Donald Trump.
Yeah, this opens a whole can of worms in terms of exposing the fact that the United States doesn't even have a plan. Doesn't even have a clear objective. Let me take you back, well before you were born, to World War II. The Pacific War had started after the Japanese attacked on December 7th, 1941. And by middle of 42, the United States had put together a group of Marines that were sent to Guadalcanal to take control of that island. Why? What was the objective? The objective was to get control of that airfield, to stop the Japanese from being, because if the Japanese had control of that airfield, they'd be able to then control a lot of the maritime traffic that would be vulnerable to attack. So that it was the clear military objective in the part of the United States: seize that island, get control of the airfield, and then you're able to patrol and limit the movement of the Japanese fleet in that area. You don't have that kind of objective here. So, okay, what's the objective? Well, open the Strait of Hormuz, except they're talking about attacking Karg Island. Well, Karg Island is well north of the Strait of Hormuz. And so if you're going to attack Karg, then you have to ask the second question: how are you going to get your troops there? If the Marines are going to be used, that means they'll have to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. And if they try that, they'll be sunk. So those Marines will never, those ships carrying the Marines will never make it to Karg Island. So I guess the other option is to fly them in to, fly 5,000 Marines in to Saudi Arabia or Kuwait, and then put them on amphibious boats and have them try to go across the Persian Gulf and to land, except then they're going to be vulnerable to attack by drones and missiles from Iran. So the third option is, well, you drop them in via parachute, except That's not the Marines. That's the 82nd Airborne. So, and once you seize the island, then what? Well, they're not going to have enough troops to actually fully take control of the island, because there's several thousand Iranian citizens there, and they're going to be fighting back. And then once they get into a fight with the civilians and start killing civilians, that's going to create further international problems for the United States. And the whole question of resupply. How do you resupply? Because any resupply via air is going to be dicey. They'll be facing the risk of being shot down. So then you go down. Let's say, okay, let's say they're going to try to open Keshem, and again, or take Keshem. Keshem's got 150,000 people on it. It's not a small territory, and as I understand it, it is actually connected to the mainland. So it's not a complete island. But okay, let's say you get your troops on that island. Then what? That does not eliminate Iranian drones, Iranian missiles, Iranian mini submarines, Iranian maritime drones. So those four things right there, and not to mention the speedboats, the bog hammers that the Iranians have, they can be used to attack ships. That doesn't, just putting troops on that island doesn't eliminate those threat vectors that Iran can still use to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut. Or let's say they go in and try to take Bandar Abbas. All you've done now is you've created a concentration of U.S. military forces that can be easily and readily attacked. None of this makes any sense militarily. At least you could argue that in World War II in the Pacific, the United States, they hit Guadalcanal, and then they began, the island hopping. They decided they could take different islands to secure control of different parts of the Pacific. And in some instances, they realized, hey, all we got to do is just bypass the Japanese. Now, one interesting fact about World War II and in the Pacific, the United States started its operations in New Guinea in end of 1942, I believe. That fighting in Guinea continued until after the dropping of the atomic bombs in Nagasaki. So that was an island that the United States actually never took. And I would argue that this kind of inserting ground forces could be sort of the New Guinea for the United States Marine Corps, where they spent years fighting and not making really any progress to quote, bring about the defeat of Japan. That was one of the most, if you will, meaningless military engagements of World War II. It went on for 3.5 years and accomplished nothing other than getting people killed on both sides.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
More recent experience was what has happened in Snake Island. The Ukrainians tried to, invade the Snake Island, and then Russia hit them and slaughtered them almost.
Yeah, and then the same happened to Russia. I mean, it was, you got this chunk of rock that sits out in the middle of the Black Sea and near the coast of Romania, and whoever gets on top of it, okay, you quote, got control of it, but so what? What can you do from there? Because then you're exposed to being hit by missiles, airdrop bombs, or drones.
Yeah, I think, Larry, there is some lessons to be learned, as you mentioned, about the history of these sort of moves if they try to do that. But nobody in the Trump administration would care about, what has happened before. You remember when Donald Trump, was elected in the United States, they decided to do the same against Yemenis in the Red Sea.
Yeah.
He did the same thing that the Biden administration tried to do before. And he said, this time around going to be different. We're going to crush them. We're going to destroy them. you don't see the people understanding the reality of their living.
Yeah.
They think that they're different. They're more powerful. They're different. Their decision-making system is working better than what it was before. But do you, Larry, today, as we talk today, do you see any military expert in the Trump administration who's able or capable, not just military intelligence, who understands the reality of what's going on, that is able to go against the rhetoric in Washington, go against what Donald Trump is suggesting?
No, none have been out. None have been speaking in public to that effect at all. They're maybe they're saying it behind closed doors, but so far all of the commentary that's being made about putting in ground forces and moving forward on this with this crazy plan, it's all delusional about how great our Marines are and how effective they're going to be, et cetera. I got a note yesterday from a retired U.S. officer who was in Special Operations Forces, and he had done some. He was in charge of sort of the hunt for Scuds and other things back in 2003 in Iraq, and he noticed that he said there's a real disconnect. If you search AI and about the 2003 Special Operations Forces hunt for Scuds and WMD, oh man, you get these great stories about what was done by the 5th Special Forces Group and by this outfit and that outfit. And he said he said it's all, and I'm quoting him, he says it's all complete bullshit. It's all a lie. That's not what happened. And he shared with me, he says, we received all these WMD target folders that listed every site where they thought WMDs were and what targets we needed to hit. And he said, you know what? Every one of those and he said there were dozens of hundreds, quoting him, hundreds of target folders that were prepared by the U.S. Central Command, Defense Intelligence Agency, and the CIA. And he said, not one operational Scud was found from those target folders. Not one. And that's the point, that a lot of times the U.S. military claims that it's acting on the best of intelligence, and it's not the best of intelligence. It's wrong, completely wrong. And so they think, oh yeah, all we got to do is attack Karg Island, and that'll shut off Iran's oil, and Iran will collapse. Or all we got to do is take Keshem Island, and that'll open up the strait. No, just they're acting on bad intelligence.
The war, Larry, is because of Israel, because Israel wants. And why? Because so far what we've learned from the IDF, they're not going to be, if the invasion happens, they're not going to be part of the operation. So is there anybody asking Donald Trump if the whole operation is because of Israel, the security of Israel? So why are, what he's not putting them on the front line to fight? We've been part of this, not just all of this, part of this operation. If they want to fight Iranians, this is the whole.
But I mean, look, the reality, Israel can't fight Iran with what? I mean, all it can do is launch these aerial attacks and with bombs and missiles. The real reality is that Israel is suffering tremendous losses right now at the hands of Hezbollah. When the history of this war is written, particularly with respect to the defeat of Israel, because that's what we're going to be looking at, a decisive defeat of Israel. They're going to point to the fact that Israel completely underestimated the capabilities of Hezbollah, and that the coordinated effort by Hezbollah and Iran was more than Israel could handle. In one day alone, 2-3 days ago, Hezbollah destroyed 21 Merkava tanks. These are the biggest, baddest tanks around, wiped out. And so if you're destroying 21 tanks, let's just, I think they have a crew of 4, but let's just be generous and say, so just 2 members per tank were killed or wounded. That's still significant. And the odds are the casualties are much higher. Israel's not talking about those. Israel does not have manpower in its army that it can load up and dispatch to, quote, participate in a ground invasion of Iran. They're already talking about trying to call up 400,000 new reservists. They've already got 300,000 activated. They want another 400,000. That takes people out of the economy. It was going to further contract and depress the economy. And they're already having pushback. People are sort of saying, hell no, I'm not going. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. I think the problem is so serious when the head of IDF or the commander of IDF says that they are on the verge of collapse. It means something. It's just the 10, red flags, or what in a short, let's assume in a short period of time, what can they do to repair that, to somehow fix it? Is that possible for the Israel today? Because they're fighting, as we talk today, Larry, let's assume, are they fighting, sending some fighter jets over Iran to hit targets?
Oh, yes.
But nothing more than that they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like the scapegoating process has started in Israel. So they're blaming the head of Mossad, a guy named David Barnea, and blaming him that this is all his fault. He told us this is going to be a piece of cake. He told us that the Iranian government was fragile, that it could be easily replaced. And now we're caught. So just before we came on air, when I was on with the judge, and at the end of the show, they were picking up news that Israel and Hezbollah, Iran and Hezbollah combined had just hit the Haifa oil refinery, and the whole thing was on fire. So if that oil refinery is out, that's a key source of fuel and oil for Israel, on top of the fact that now the price per barrel of oil is just going through the roof.
And not only the oil, it seems that Iran is hitting the targets in Israel, which would somehow making a lot of problems for the air forces to take off, just destroying those facilities that they're using to take off. And that could be hugely problematic when it comes to operation in Iran against Lebanon.
Well, and then also you have Hezbollah as well, with its missiles and rockets hitting key military facilities. And now the Houthis have joined in. Houthis apparently are bombing or sending missile strikes into the Negev, where, like Dimona, the Nevatim, so where Israel has some important military assets. So, yeah, Israel's getting hit now from 3 sides. And the goal in war is you never want to be fighting a 2-front war if you can avoid it. Because if you fight in a 2-front war, you then have to start allocating resources, making decisions about who gets what, because you don't have unlimited resources. So now Israel is actually in a 4-front war. They're fighting Iran, they're fighting Hamas, they're fighting Hezbollah, and now they're fighting the Houthis.
And just imagine that and seeing what Ben-Gvir is trying to do. I don't know if you saw his video yesterday. He said that we have to assassinate al-Jolani in Syria.
Yeah.
This guy is just, they're going crazy. Naftali Bennett wants to go after Turkey. He wants to assassinate each of them is somehow, they're making a lot of noises. When you're fighting this way, it seems that you don't have any strategy by destroying yourself.
Yeah, well, the only thing they know is killing. They are. I would describe Israel as like a satanic death cult. They dress themselves up in the words of religion, claiming that there's somehow some fulfillment of prophecy by from ancient prophets, and that they are the chosen people of God. No, this is the spawn of Satan. Because there was this guy named Jesus, and he said something, by their fruits you will know them. In terms, you look at what they do, that tells you who they are. What Israel is a nation that is seized with killing women, children, taking the land of others. There's no generosity, no humanity in any of that.
But the Israeli people, Larry, they're experiencing right now something so different from what they have experienced before.
Oh yeah, they'd never experienced this, never. Not even during, the wars back in 1948, at the Nakba. They didn't experience anything on this scale, and neither in the 67 or 73. It's new uncharted territory.
Yeah. Netanyahu is in a bunker. His family, they're in Florida.
Yeah. Well, you saw Tucker Carlson is staying on the attack against Netanyahu. Hosted Alex Gibney the other day. Gibney had made a documentary about the corruption of Netanyahu, so that's starting to get more attention. And I think what you are starting to see in the United States is a real shift in opinion. But previously, I think most Americans were like very favorably disposed towards Israel, wanted to support Israel. Not now. That's moving the opposite direction.
And the decision for Donald Trump is to stay with Netanyahu or leave Netanyahu. I don't see Donald Trump leaving Netanyahu because he wants to do everything to just go down to sync with Netanyahu.
Netanyahu and Trump are a lot alike in a couple of regards. Netanyahu was once he was considered politically dead. His career was over with the corruption charges and others. Man, he came back, and so prevailing in an election gave him a sense of invincibility. I can do anything. You can't stop me. And Donald Trump has got the same attitude. The failed assassination attempts convinced him that, man, he's the instrument of God, and he gets to decide what God wants and what God doesn't want. So they're both narcissists and malevolent narcissists at that, unfortunately.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert.
Yeah. Larry, the other part of the war, as you mentioned, comes to what Houthis or Yemenis and Ansarullah is trying to do. Because right now they're talking about, we have the Strait of Hormuz and the conditions that everybody knows what is going on there. Mm-hmm. And if Yemen decides to close the strait, the Bab al-Mandab in the Red Sea, I don't know the combination of the two. How is that going to influence the global economy? Are they going to do that, in your opinion, anytime soon?
I doubt it, actually, because for right now, my understanding is the Red Sea is effectively closed to commercial shipping. Going back to when the Houthis first started in December of 2023 to shut down traffic, especially going to Israel, there has been, so right now it's not open to any ship that's Israeli owned, U.S. owned, or going to Israel. As a result of that and some of the attacks that they have carried out, insurance companies basically stopped insuring ships, said, if you're going to sail through that, you're going to do it on your own. We're not going to back you. So instead, the ships are now taking the longer trip around Africa. So that's why I say the Houthis, it's already sort of closed in a de facto manner. So they haven't made it official, but it is, for all practical purposes, closed. The only thing coming out of it right now would be Saudi oil that's being shipped across, piped across the country from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. But that's a limited volume. But if the Houthis decide to start attacking that, and they may very well, then that would further disrupt the world oil supply.
Yeah. It seems that, Larry, that Donald Trump, if they decide to invade Iran, it's going to be not only from the Persian Gulf. It's going to be, they're talking about the Baluchistan, and they're talking about the Kurdistan, and all coming together. And we see something, I think, since the end of the Iran-Iraq war, something shaping between Iran and Iranians and Iraqi people that we haven't seen that before. The whole concept of having a war for 8 years is making hatred, making enemy. But it seems that all those animosity passed away, and the way that they're right now feeling about themselves, Iraqis about Iranians, Iranians about Iraqis, show some sort of a strength. And even with the Kurdish groups in Iraqi Kurdistan, they're not going to be come in putting pressure, because they have these Iraqis going against them. They don't need even Iranians to fight them. This is something new to me.
Well, yeah. Again, this is an area that the average American just has no knowledge of, unfortunately. When the United States invaded Iraq and dethroned Saddam Hussein, a Ba'athist, a Sunni, but he wasn't a religious guy. He was very non-sectarian in that regard. The power immediately fell to the Shia groups in Iraq, Shia Arabs, but nonetheless, who had protection and support from Iran for the previous, 20 years. And then all of a sudden, the United States started trying to, they worked with the Dawa, and I forget the name of the other group, but opposing them was the Shia cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, and aka Muki.
Yeah, his name is Muqtada Sadr. Yeah,
Muqtada Sadr. Okay.
Yeah,
and he fought against U.S. troops, and again, the presence of U.S. troops in Iraq was illegal. It was a violation of international law, but we justified it. But that was where I think, if you will, the healing that had of the damage, that the wounds that had been inflicted as a result of the war in the 1980s. Again, a war inspired by, supported by, encouraged by, funded by the United States. That those wounds started to heal, and cooperation between Iran and the Shia Arabs started expanding and increasing. And so now Iraq is in the position of forcing out these American invaders after 23 years, almost a quarter of a century. The United States should never have been there in the first place, and now they're being forced out. So yeah, I think this is the alliance between Iran and Iraq is strong, and I could see Iran backing Iraq. Hey, go ahead and take over Kuwait. Because again, Kuwait is another artificial creation.
I think in a short run, we would see some sort of turmoil in Kuwait, basically, and Bahrain, Larry. Because
you're already seeing it in Bahrain, right?
Yeah. And Kuwait is so much, because the escalation is getting to Kuwait. Yesterday we had the United States together with the Israelis attacking not only steel factories but also water facilities in the in the state in a province called Khuzestan, in which I know this province, and the city called Hafkel. In that city, they hit a water facility, and it had nothing to do, Larry, with anything militarily. The nuclear program, nothing, just to bring suffering to the people. Then Iran hit back at desalination plant in Kuwait. This is the new phase of the escalation, which is so, people need to understand. I think it is so devastating if that escalates, because the whole region is basically dependent on these desalination plants.
So Iran can survive without desalination plants.
Iran is 2% dependent on them. Right. It's nothing, almost nothing.
But Kuwait can't, Saudi Arabia can't, Bahrain can't, Qatar can't. So this is, and Iran, had warned the West and Israel, if you attack these sites in our country, we will come back and attack them in the others. It's going to be tit for tat. It will be eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. And the reality is the Gulf Arabs are going to wind up blind and toothless before this is over. And that's what I say. Now taking out the water, you're going to create a humanitarian crisis, and people are going to have to start abandoning. They can't continue living there.
Does it feel to you that Donald Trump is deliberately doing this because they want Iran to destroy these Arab states?
No. The reason I say no is you're presupposing that Donald Trump has some sort of master plan that he's working from. This is, he's just like a jazz musician riffing on notes. He wakes up, he says one thing one day, the exact opposite the next day. Again, what is the strategy? What's the goal? Is it regime change? Is it reducing ballistic missiles? Is it stopping the nuclear program? Marco Rubio was on television earlier today talking about the danger of Iran on the nuclear side. And it's like, wait a second. He was presenting Iran as if they were a rogue nation, except Iran, unlike Israel, is a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. There are now moves in the Iranian legislature to say, hell, we're going to withdraw from that. We're not going to continue to abide by that, and I don't blame them. But it's Iran, not Israel, that allows IAEA inspectors into its facilities. So it's just we're in an upside down world where Iran is constantly accused of terrorism and other acts which are actually carried out by the West, not by Iran.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they're seriously talking about NPT, and many people are in favor of leaving or withdrawing from NPT.
Right.
Because after all, we have to understand that there has to be some sort of balance in the region. If Israel has nuclear weapons, nuclear bombs, who's going to deter that? Who's going to be... Right. These are huge, big issues right now in Iran. Everybody's talking about it. Decision makers are talking about it. I think finally, Larry, what we'll see is Iran leaving NPT because they don't see anything good coming out of NPT. Even, the head of IAEA suggesting somehow that the only way to destroy Iranian nuclear program is to, use nuclear bomb. This is so crazy, the way he's not even condemning the United States and Israel for their attack, for their aggression on Iran.
Yeah, well, again, the West has grossly underestimated Iran. And, it wants this cheap, easy takeover of Iran in order to take control of its resources. But we're seeing Iran has fought back very smartly with a plan. And, by methodically taking out all of those radars, the ground-based radars, that left the United States in a position where it had to rely upon AWACS, the airborne radar system. And that, the destruction of one of those planes the other day significantly limits what the United States and Israel can detect in terms of threats like someone firing a missile.
Yeah. Not only that, they hit these refueling tankers as well, these airplanes in Saudi Arabia. And it seems they have good intelligence coming out of, satellites. They're receiving the good intelligence. And how do you see, Larry, the way that Russia and China helping or cooperating with Iranians so far?
Yeah, they seem to be providing a lot of assistance. Now, I saw there's this Ukrainian or anti-Ukrainian site called Borzikman that puts out videos. It used to do videos almost exclusively on the Russian-Ukrainian war, but now has been dealing with the war in Iran. And he put out one yesterday claiming that the Chinese had not denounced the American attack on Iran. And I'm thinking, no, that's not true. They did it at the United Nations right after it happened. Then they're claiming that he claimed that Iran was preventing items being shipped out on Chinese vessels. Well, then we get this information. So just because there's a lot of disinformation out there, you got to watch and just look at who's doing what. But I think what's clear is both China and Russia recognize they've got a vested interest in making sure that Iran survives and that the West is contained, because both Russia and China know that they're next on the chopping block if the West has its way.
Zelensky went to Saudi Arabia and UAE. He's trying to help these two countries to defend themselves against Iranian drones. And what is he gonna provide to these countries that the United States has not provided so far?
Provide? He's not going there to provide anything. He's going there to try to make some more money, and because he believes these guys got money that they can give to him. That's what's going on with this. You can't emphasize enough that these are not real countries in terms of look at the population of Saudi Arabia. Almost, it's listed as having 36 million people. Great, except like 14 million of that 36 million are not even, they're not immigrants. They're people that have come from like the Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia, Vietnam, Cambodia, to work as slave laborers. And when they get in the country, they have their passports taken away. So they're not really a citizen of that country. So think about that. Over 40%, maybe closer to 50% of your population are not really patriots of that land and feel a investment in it. They're just there to get a paycheck. Those kinds of countries don't survive long.
Larry, how do you see the way that Europe is trying to respond to Donald Trump's pressure on them? Because they said Donald Trump is saying that NATO without the United States is nothing, but he's asking them to come to the Strait of Hormuz, helping Donald Trump. But so far, one of the most important, in my opinion, stance on the part of the Europeans is the way that Spain is showing some sort of difference. It's a bold move on their part, the way that they're saying, no, we're not going to be part of it. It doesn't matter how, the United States is trying to put pressure, sanction, or put tariffs on us.
Yeah, well,
is this something new?
Yeah, the Spaniards today, I think, just announced that they're denying U.S. use of their airspace. So no U.S. military aircraft that'll be involved with fighting in in Iran, in and around Iran, is going to be allowed through Spanish airspace. So, they're speaking out. Starmer, interestingly enough, he was pretty firm the other day, saying that, Great Britain's not going to get involved with this war. So, the U.S. is stuck. It doesn't have a way out other than to surrender. Or, it would be a tacit surrender, but it would be essentially admitting that Iran won. And Trump's not ready to do that. I think he eventually will have to do that, but right now he's not ready to do that.
Yeah. Thank you. As always, you're back.
I'm back.
Florida? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be. I'll be around. We'll see you on Friday with Colonel Wilkerson.
Exactly. And we're gonna.
But this is going to be a pretty consequential, eventful week. So we may be talking before that.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. I think. Yeah.
You behave yourself. You behave yourself.
Yeah. All right.
All right, my friend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Iran. The United States is winning the war with Iran, but we might not get everything we want out of it, and we're still open to negotiate. Wait a minute, what? Those are all things. This is not a multiple choice test where I'm trying to say pick which one of these is true. These are all coming out of the administration at various days, and some of these are separated by hours, very different. We're going to try to pierce through all of this nonsense and all this verbal mendacity to find out what is the real truth of this. Where are we really at, and what are the options our country genuinely has to try and get out of the disaster this war is already unfolding on our country and around the world today. And we have with us one of our favorite guests here that always cuts through all the BS and right to the truth, and that is Colonel Douglas Macgregor, Defense and Foreign Policy Analyst, former advisor to the Secretary of Defense, and of course, highly decorated combat veteran and friend of the show. Doug, welcome back as always.
Okay. Good to be with you.
It's always good to have you here. And man, especially when we got stuff like we do today. It's especially interesting to have you on for what President Trump is going to be talking about, because he's you see, and we're going to get to this in a second, that Trump is telling aides, this is today from the Wall Street Journal, that Trump is telling aides he's willing to end the war without reopening Hormuz. But that's, we've really already won the war, so why do we need to bother with that? But let me show you, even before we get to this issue here, this was this morning. There was another press conference featuring Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane. And here's how the interesting thing started. One of the big questions is, all these ground troops have been sent, 82nd Airborne, the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 11th, some special forces, apparently another 10,000 has been deployed or alerted on top of that. So a lot of combat power. What about boots on the ground? Here's what he said.
As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. What he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. Not do. But if anybody has internalized the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan as the first one, President Trump, to call them out for what they are, he's not going to repeat those lessons.
Okay, a lot to unpack there. We'll start with that last one first. There was a number of statements in there I think were designed to try to I don't know if placate is the right word, but to make the base feel better by saying words that they like to hear. But I just wonder, to what extent are those words happening when, as he says, look at the ground truth, look at the actual results here. And we'll start with the last one there. This is not Iraq. This is not a forever war, because President Trump understands that.
Well, let's consider the simple fact that the commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has fallen by 95 to 97%. Commercial traffic on the pre-war scale will not resume anytime soon. An estimated 15 million barrels of oil a day have been taken offline. Shortages in Asia have already driven Singapore jet fuel to $231 per barrel. And while this war persists, insurance brokers will not underwrite shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So let's just stop at that point and consider that it's not just petroleum products. It's broader than that. In other words, when it comes to growing food, feedstocks, fertilizer, these things are not available. And this is starting to have a profound impact around the globe. Even if the war stopped tomorrow morning, it would take at least, I suspect, 6 months to a year to try and recover from the damage that we've inflicted thus far. And what we're preparing to do now, and I think this is pretty clear from his statement, is to do again what we did before, only more so. In other words, the intensity and the numbers of missiles and bombs and so forth that are going to be hurled at Iran will be greater. And I guess there's the expectation that if you do this again with greater gusto, that somehow or another that's going to shut down Iran. I don't think it will. And to this, we add ground forces. Now, we're talking about roughly 20,000 light infantry from the Army and the Marines. There are all sorts of things they can do with those. But I'm not sure that that is going to produce a fundamental change in the strategic conditions that we've developed. So, yeah, I'm trying to figure out, all right, Mr. Secretary, you're telling us you're going to make things worse. You're going to bomb more intensively. And the assumption is that this will work. And where's the evidence that it will work? Well, look at the numbers of missiles and drones that are being launched. They're not being launched in the same volume as they were before. Well, I can say that our airstrikes are not being launched in the same volume as they were a few weeks ago. Does that mean we've lost? Does it mean that we're incapable? Of course not. And every time someone talks about, well, the Iranians are about through, they've run out of missiles and so forth, we see another wave of tactical ballistical or theater ballistic missile attacks or intermediate range ballistic missile attacks on the Saudi Peninsula, the Arabian Peninsula, the former Gulf Emirates, or we see that in Israel. I'm trying to find evidence for what he's insisting has happened. And the only evidence I can find is that, yeah, we did a lot of damage. It hasn't worked.
And then the question is, what are you going to do to make it work, and what are you going to do differently? And one of the other things she said in that opening soundbite there was that, listen, we're in the peace through strength and America first. I mean, those are obviously buzzwords that the base certainly likes to hear. But at what point does the base, obviously the independents and the left is never believed any of it anyway. But what extent is the base is going to keep saying, okay, America first, because you're going in on the ground here. I don't see where that's America first. Are these messages going to stop resonating, or do you think they'll keep going on for a long time?
Two things. First, the economic impact of this war is driving us into recession. And President Trump comes on every day or every other day and makes statements that he hopes will calm markets. He's trying to manipulate the marketplace to persuade people things aren't as bad as you think they are. This war isn't going to last as long as everyone says. Now, how much longer can he do this? Can he do it for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? It all depends upon whether or not you think you're going to get a sudden collapse of Iran and a sudden willingness to surrender Iran to Israel, which is effectively what we're fighting for. Remember, this is a war, as Hegseth says, for Israel against Iran. So I don't see that happening. So that's the first part. The second business is, again, what's the economic impact globally? And most Americans don't know what it is. It's profound. It's back to fuel, food, feedstock, and fertilizer. We're looking at famines breaking out over the next 6 to 12 months because In Africa, South Asia, the Middle East, you can't grow food without fertilizer. Your green revolution is being effectively reversed. Then finally, the issue for most Americans, sadly, is if you only lose a few people on any given day, very few people pay attention. In other words, 10, 15, 20 people killed or wounded, that's unfortunate, but Americans aren't going to be sort of distracted from the television, from the game on Monday night, or from buying a six-pack at 7-Eleven. On the other hand, if we were to lose 400, 500, 600 men within the space of 24 hours, that would probably alert everybody that, my God, we're in a real war. And you see, the game in Washington is to convince everybody it's not a real war. It's only a war for the Iranians. And that's not true. It is a war that is regional and has the potential to go global. But Americans aren't paying attention because, frankly, the enemy has not killed large numbers of us, thank God. But if that happens, and I think that's a distinct possibility, depending upon what we do with these ground forces, that could change.
And in fact, speaking of those ground forces, whatever they may do, Hegseth said there are 15 different ways that we could use these troops, and Iran doesn't know which ones they are. And they're right; they all are options here. But it almost doesn't matter what they are, whether it's Karg Island, whether it's Kashim Island, some of these other smaller ones actually in the Strait. Bandar Abbas, as you have heard it recently, it's been in the news also. And then even some ground operations up in the Kurdistan area on the Iranian side of that border. I mean, it almost doesn't matter what they would be doing. It's hard for me to imagine any ground operation with that number of troops in a country that's 4 times bigger than Iraq. It is expecting some ground troops and has mobilized a lot of their Basij to well over 1 million total troops. Is there any kind of plausible plan that would reap some sort of benefit for the commensurate with the cost we would likely lose in blood?
It seems unlikely to me. It's sort of sending people with jackhammers to the Rock of Gibraltar and say, we want you to remove this rock over the next 24 to 36 hours. So 1,000 jackhammers start working on the Rock of Gibraltar. How's that going to turn out? It's not going to make a dent. Rock of Gibraltar is not falling. It's not going to move. And that's the way I see this strategically. It's back to the earlier comment. You're using air and naval power to lay siege to a giant continental power, Iran, that is protected by mountain ranges and deserts, has 93 million people. How do you inflict real damage that's going to make any difference? And I think that's part of why you're hearing from Donald Trump and others the possibility that in addition to the oil infrastructure and the power grid, we may also attack desalination plants. And of course, the problem with that is that Iran will respond. If you look at the desalination plants, I think somebody said there are roughly 50 of them, maybe a little bit more, across the Arabian Peninsula, reaching up into Kuwait. If you destroy those, you're going to ensure that millions of people die of thirst. Literally, that's what will happen. You've got a desalination plant outside of Riyadh that is enormous inside, and without it, the city of Riyadh, the capital city of Saudi Arabia, can't exist, which means that they are already planning on the very high probability that that plant will be destroyed, and they'll have to evacuate more than 1 million people, or they'll face dying of thirst, literally. So that's one problem. The other problem is you've got very few forces. Now, some of those undoubtedly, I guess, are going to be used in the interior of Iran. That's the hope. Others will be used to seize points on the ground or islands in the Persian Gulf that we think are strategically vital to Iran. Well, there's a problem with these assumptions as well. First of all, most of the U.S. Navy in the Indian Ocean is 1,000 miles away from the Persian Gulf. And most of your troops are going to be on ships that have to come in closer to launch V-22s and helicopters carrying Marines into the Gulf area. How do you do that? How do you do it without being discovered? How do you do it without being identified and immediately targeted? Why is the Navy operating 500 to 1,000 miles away from the Persian Gulf? Well, they want to stay alive. They don't want to go under. So that's problem number one. Are you going to take the airborne troops and drop them in from above? In other words, are you going to conduct an airborne assault? You may remember that back in 1991, Schwarzkopf was besieged by the Marine Corps because they wanted him to launch the Marines on an assault against Kuwait City. Later on, the airborne mafia went to Schwarzkopf and said, let us seize Talil Airfield in An Nasiriyah, which you'll remember. And Schwarzkopf said no to both because he said there would be too many casualties. In fact, he told the Marines, you may lose more Marines in accidents trying to take the city from the sea than you will to enemy fire. It's ridiculous. We're not going to do that. He told the airborne crowd, no, I'm not going to do that. Forget it. You'll get a lot of people injured. What are you going to accomplish? Now, in this setting, you're talking about far more competent and lethal enemy in Iran than what we faced in Iraq. And by lethal, I mean these people have weapon systems that allow them to reach out and touch you from hundreds of miles away. They don't have to park missile launchers on any of the islands in the Persian Gulf. They don't even have to put people out there in very many speedboats. All they have to do is drop an intermediate range ballistic missile on top of a ship that's trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody knows that, and that's why the insurance underwriters aren't going to support it. So if all of those things are true, how are you going to get them in? And then secondly, let's assume that we're brilliant and we have magical ways of doing it. Maybe we have stealth aircraft that can't be detected. Once they're in there, how do you sustain them? How do you evacuate your wounded? How do you feed them? How do you provide water? I mean, where are they going to go to get these things? If you're going to try and fly it all in, I would imagine that every conceivable air and missile defense weapon the Iranians have will be focused on preventing that. Then to that, you've got to add all these precision guided weapons, whether they're drones or missiles, that'll be used against the forces that you put on the ground. Now, I suppose somebody wants to run around Iran and try to find enriched uranium. Well, good luck with that. Again, you're going to have to fly a long, long way. Remember what Desert One looked like and how far they had to fly from their location in the southern part of Iran to get to Tehran. I don't know what could happen. And again, how do you find the enriched uranium? How do you be absolutely certain? How can you be absolutely certain that you're onto the right thing? I mean, if I were an Iranian and I thought this was even a possibility, I would plant all sorts of strange pieces of enriched uranium and put them where somebody could find them and then sit there and wait for you to show up and destroy you. I mean, the whole thing strikes me as being somewhat ludicrous, but I could be wrong. Maybe they've got a special magic way to do this that will avoid all the pitfalls that I've described. I don't know.
Well, and I'm showing on the map here as you're looking in. I mean, if you went in from Iraq to Isfahan, which is, or Natanz, either one of these things here, you're talking about that's 454 miles if you're coming in from Iraq, and that's the straight line distance in the air. And you see all this has to go over Iranian territory. So every bit of this route here, just to get troops in to any material that may be in these areas here, certainly the Iranians can read a map, I would imagine. And so there would be anti-aircraft capability all around here that can take out helicopters. I mean, how risky would that part be?
I would regard the risk as unacceptable. And again, this goes back to our experience with Market Garden. You put enough paratroopers or Marines far enough ahead of you and away from you that you can't adequately protect them and reach them. What happens? They get killed or they're taken prisoner. So I think all these things have to be taken into account. I hope that is in fact what's happening. See, the problem again is this tendency to underestimate the Iranians. I think we've done that from the beginning. I think it's a serious mistake to do that now.
And I want to go back to something you said just a second ago, because that was also addressed at this press conference this morning. You referred to what President Trump said in his ultimatum on March the 30th here. That's yesterday. The key part where he says, we will conclude our lovely state in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Carg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. This morning, one of the questions for the general was basically isn't that a war crime? Now, he's going to answer this. Tell me if you can interpret what he said to regular English.
General, the president wrote yesterday that the U.S. might destroy Iran's electricity generating plants and oil wells. Those are his words before ending this operation. Is there a way to do either of those things without seriously harming civilians?
Thanks for the question. We're always thinking about those considerations and develop options to be able to mitigate those risks pursuant to the normal practices that we do in the military.
Get tax expertise without fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert.
What? Mitigate pursuant to, wait, what does that have to do with taking out desalination plants? How did you interpret that?
I think that General Kane was brought out of retirement and promoted to 4 stars to do the job. He's going to do what he's told. And from his vantage point as an airman, he and the community of airmen in the Air Force, and probably to a lesser extent in the Navy, but nevertheless as airmen, see this as a brilliant opportunity to validate air power's ability to effectively, quote unquote, win wars. I mean, we've been down this road so many times, we can't even begin to, count them all. So my view is that I think he's aware of that, but he's also going to go back to the things that we did during the Second World War and the things we did in Vietnam. We killed 2 million Vietnamese. How many of those were combatants? Did anyone care? I mean, as war goes on, the logic of violence takes over. And if you can't win one way, then you turn to another. The problem for this approach is that if we destroy desalination plants, if we go forward with this plan to utterly eradicate oil infrastructure, then the Iranians have the ability to target and destroy all of the desalination plants in the Persian Gulf region on the Arabian side. And the last time I looked, there were somewhere between 50 and 57 plants. This would mean that millions of people will die of thirst. That's what it means. And that's setting aside, the fact that we're doing enormous damage to the rest of the world in terms of its ability to grow food because of the fertilizer issue and other critical minerals and chemicals that we can't really live without. So, I think he was telling you, fine, we recognize that, and we'll do whatever we're supposed to do to win this war.
Yeah, that's kind of how I viewed it too, because he certainly didn't repudiate that. But let me just kind of ask you, we have, especially after World War II, most around the world on all sides said, we need to come up with, updated Geneva Conventions and the law of land warfare and things that everybody's, sort of fight fair. You can fight viciously, but you have to fight within these rules, et cetera. And for a long time, at least, people gave them rhetorical support. But now then, it seems to me that that those are basically just dead letters, if ever they were anything here. And what are some of the things that President Trump mentioned on there are just categorically the violations of the laws of warfare, where you punish a population, even things that have no military utility. Can we safely conclude that that no one cares about the law of warfare anymore, and that there are no war crimes in practice?
Remember, as Secretary Higgs has said quite recently, this is a war for Israel against Iran. The Israelis regard this as a war for their existence. The Iranians regard this as a war for their existence. Since we are supporting Israel and doing effectively whatever Israel wants us to do in this war, we have taken on the Israeli mentality, targeting philosophy, and approach to war. And if you want to know what the Israeli approach to war is, you have to look at Gaza, look at South Lebanon. In fact, I would say that the Israeli approach at this point is to create imitation Gazas all over the region. And that includes Iran. If Iran can be turned into a Gaza or subjected to Gazification, and that's the price of victory, that's acceptable to the Israelis. That's acceptable to their lobby in the United States and to the Zionist billionaires who are pressuring Trump to fight this war. Now, I would hope that we have somebody left in Washington with some degree of character and backbone to stand up and say, look, this is not an existential war for us. And to be blunt, we've already done more than we should have done. And if this is not enough, so be it. But we should cease fire, because the larger global implications are horrifying, as I tried to point out at the beginning.
Now, let me ask you on the morality of war, because you can argue certainly with a lot of facts that at the state level, nobody seems to really care about any kind of laws of war. Certainly, nobody's going to hold us accountable, either inside or outside of our government. But about the troops, I remember my first combat experience was under you and several others in Desert Storm, and in the preparation for us to go. Even from Saudi Arabia, before we launched into fighting the Iraqi divisions, you guys told us, our leaders, that there's the law of war we have to follow. That we can't shoot prisoners, we can't do all this stuff, and we told us we have to do the right thing, and that imbued us with this moral oughtness that we have to fight hard, but we also have to fight fair. I mean, that's what we had going in there. But if you take away that, and even at the top level, there's no concern about doing what's right. I mean, are you concerned that may trickle down into the troops, and then even at the tactical level, they may also loosen up the laws of tactical warfare?
Well, in every war that lasts for longer than a few weeks, you end up dehumanizing your opponent. We demonize the opponent in any case before we go in, and you can listen to President Trump reading from Netanyahu talking points about how terrible Iran is. And unfortunately, lots of people in the United States have ingested this garbage, and they repeat it ad nauseum. So I try to tell people, Iran has changed quite a bit in the last 47 years. It is by no means the same state or the same society that it was 47 years ago. But nobody wants to go there. Instead, you've thoroughly demonized the opponent. When you demonize the opponent, you end up dehumanizing them, particularly when you go into action. When you lose soldiers, and you may or may not remember that we did lose Sergeant Muller, who was in a Bradley and had 5 or 6 other people wounded. But when he was killed, people emotionally, particularly in his troop, were furious. They were angry. And they became immediately interested in payback. In other words, we'll kill all of these people in front of us. And I had to deal with that, in February 26, with officers as well, who did not want to stop killing. They wanted to continue killing when it was perfectly obvious to me, since we couldn't move, we were restricted from moving, that we had no choice but to stop firing and allow whoever was still out there to live. But there were a lot of people who opposed that. And this is human nature. So that means that, first of all, wars should be kept short if you can do so. They should be fought for limited objectives, not unlimited purposes. Right now, we're in a war that should be limited by the objectives, but it's not. It's a war for the destruction of Iran on behalf of the Israeli state and its agents in the United States, period. That's what this is about. The average American doesn't completely grasp that, but more and more Americans are figuring it out. But again, unless you get a lot of Americans killed, no one's going to pay much attention. And so the objective is to, whatever you do, don't take heavy casualties. And remember, this is the myth of air power. It's sort of sex without consequences. Yeah, go in, bomb, nobody can touch us, and we get away free. Well, that hasn't worked that well this time around, and I think it's not going to work well in the future. I think more and more our manned aircraft are going to be vulnerable. But having said all of that, for the moment, we're still believers in this myth. And as long as that is preserved, we're going to continue to do stupid things. And that includes this war, which doesn't need to be fought. Never needed to be fought, certainly not by us under any circumstances.
Couldn't agree with you more. And now I want to take a look for a minute at the American fighting man component of this, because too often they're just kind of dismissed almost as like this caricature of this noble steed kind of thing, that there's this hero and that they all love to die for their country or something like that, instead of individual human beings. Secretary Hegseth this morning tried to address that as well. And I would like your view on this on the backside of this video, because one of the other things that was really driven into us, whether this turned out to be right or not, is subject to debate. But at the time we went into Desert Storm, we were told that the president of the United States, that this is the right thing to do. He had assembled this huge coalition. So many people were with us because we said Saddam Hussein had invaded another country. They were at risk of cutting off oil, which could cause catastrophe for the entire world, not just the region, to our own country. And we had to stop this madman. So we believed in what we were doing. Now then, as you just correctly pointed out, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out we shouldn't be fighting this war at all. And so in terms of the fighting, man, this morning, Secretary Hegseth tried to address that. Now, I'm sorry that the volume's a little bit low on this, but listen to how he's trying to justify the mission and to tell the guys what they're doing matters.
Missiles and drones, and know what a world looks like, what the world would look like if Iran had the most dangerous weapons in the world, a nuclear weapon. As President Trump has said time and time again for years, and in this administration, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and they won't. These troops, they want to finish this fight for their kids and their grandkids. This is about history. This is about legacy.
And then later on, Eisenhower, that the solution was to launch a preemptive nuclear strike on the Soviet Union. And, you know, they both declined because they refused to see exclusively the demonized personality as representing the entire population of the Soviet Union. We went through this in the 70s with Richard Nixon. In meetings with Brezhnev, Brezhnev actually suggested to him that we and the Soviets should jointly launch a nuclear strike on China's nuclear development facilities. And again, Nixon declined, said, no, I don't believe in that. Preemptive war is not a good idea. And effectively, what we've done now to Iran is preemptively attacked Iran on the assumption that this was going to prevent them from developing a nuclear weapon. In fact, the failure of these preemptive operations, I think, will lead to the point in time when the Iranians actually develop and field their own nuclear deterrent to prevent us and anybody else from at some point attacking them, for the same reasons that Pakistan and India also developed their weapons. So I don't think that logic holds up. Now, when you get down to the person, and I can't speak for the pilots because they're in a different sphere of activity from us. But if you're on the ground, the best way to stay alive in combat is to kill the enemy before he has a chance to kill you. And you know, I said that repeatedly, and I meant it. When you understand that, you have to understand that there will be mistakes, that people will be killed that you probably didn't intend to kill. But when you've got thousands of soldiers and Marines who are trying to do what you ask them to do, and at the same time also avoid being unnecessarily killed, you're going to have those mistakes. But I don't think that means that everybody goes in with the intention of killing everything that shows up in front of them. That's not necessarily the case. But the longer the war lasts, the more blood that is spilled, the more fighting and killing that occurs, the more likely people involved in this are to take the position, let's just annihilate them and get this over with. Of course, that's always an illusion. No one can annihilate anybody. That was tried during World War II by multiple combatants and belligerents. But that kind of mentality takes over. And again, you have people that are called commissioned officers. Their job is to hold this in check, to contain these emotions. Because if the officer can't do that, then you're going to get the worst possible numbers of crimes. Not because the people that are fighting are bad. They know that the way to stay alive is to kill the enemy first. It's that simple.
Yeah, and you know, it's just unfortunately, I totally get that. At the tip of the spear, that's the only thing you can do. It would be irrational to do anything less than that. But man, on the backside, if you know some of your mates die in a war that should never have been fought, that's going to be a little harder to deal with.
Well, you and I know that happens. That eventually happens. I mean, back in 1991, you know, I was disappointed because I thought, if nothing else, we should send a force to Baghdad and demand the surrender of Saddam Hussein and anybody else with him. Put this place under a new set of generals, and then we can go home. But we didn't do that.
I do remember that, as a matter of fact. Well, let's take a look at where we are. This one, you have laid out basically how there is no military solution to this. We can't force the Strait of Hormuz open. Ground troops are going to do nothing but basically get a lot of Americans killed. That's not enough to put any pressure on the regime anyway. Well, one wonders if that is starting to get through to the president, because this is the Wall Street Journal reporting today that Trump tells the aides he's willing to end the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. It says in recent days, according to this article, Trump and his aides assessed that a mission to pry open Hormuz would push the conflict well beyond the timeline of his 4 to 6 weeks. He decided that the U.S. should achieve its main goals of hobbling Iran's navy and its missile stocks, hobbling, not destroying, and winding down current hostilities while pressuring Tehran diplomatically to resume the free flow of trade. Obviously, when I read that, I'm like, well, that's zero chance. And then they addressed that if that fails, Washington would press allies in Europe and the Gulf to take the lead on reopening the straits. And it seems that this morning that is something he's doing, because these are two Truth Socials he posted within 10 minutes. He said, first of all the countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part's done. Go get your oil. And then 10 minutes later, he turns to France. The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel, loaded up with military supplies, fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, who has successfully has been eliminated. USA will remember. So what do you make of what this allegedly says about where President Trump's mind is right now? I mean, if he can't open the strait, if he can't defeat the government militarily, what other options does he have?
Well, keep in mind that Iran did not shut down the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Lloyd's of London did that. The underwriters who provide insurance for the vessels that travel in and out of the Persian Gulf, they would not underwrite any shipping because they're not going to put, themselves at risk of total bankruptcy in a war zone. So that needs to be understood. That's why the whole notion of mining the strait or putting in barriers and so forth, that was never necessary. The Iranians understood that. Now, as far as the free flow of trade is concerned, that's going to resume. In fact, some people would argue it's begun to resume. Unfortunately, not at the pre-war levels, although that eventually over many months can change. But the Iranians are simply saying, if you are U.S. or Israeli flagged ships, if you are in league with them, if you're supporting them, then we're not going to let you go through the strait. It's very simple. Everybody else has been pretty much told you can do it, but you have to buy your oil in yuan. Now, if he's going to go ahead and destroy the Iranian infrastructure for the oil system, if you will, the energy system, and the desalination plants, then I think that pretty much puts to bed any chance whatsoever for the Gulf to recover over many, many, many years. It's just not going to happen. So these are foolish observations or statements from someone who doesn't really understand what's going on. Secondly, the British and the French, I think, at some point are going to tell us to stuff it where the sun doesn't shine. Harold Macmillan, whom I regarded as a very good British prime minister, had the foresight and the wisdom to keep Britain out of Vietnam. We went to Harold Macmillan and said, we want you to join us in Vietnam. I said, forget it. That has nothing to do with NATO. NATO was always formed as a defensive alliance to defend and protect the people of Europe from communism. That's what it was about. We've been trying to instrumentalize the alliance as a set of vassal states who, on demand from Washington, provide troops for whatever we want them to do. I mean, this is sort of like the Roman Empire. it's ridiculous. It's the kind of thing Napoleon Bonaparte did to the countries that he controlled. And so he would have tens of thousands of Germans and Poles and others fighting for France. This is ridiculous. This is 21st century. That's not going to happen. They're not going to participate. They have no incentive to do so. And this sort of diplomacy by X is catastrophic. You end up offending people unnecessarily and you make yourself look ridiculous. And I think, these opening statements about the Strait of Hormuz demonstrate he doesn't really understand what he's dealing with.
But what do you think about the possibility? I mean, this would, in one sense, be pretty Trump-like to just say, I don't want to keep going with this. It's too costly to keep pursuing, a military solution here. So I'll basically just kind of walk away and just toss it off to the Europeans to try to figure out. I mean, do you think that's a possibility he could do? And what would that look like?
Well, I think it's a very strong possibility that we ultimately simply pack up our gear and pull out. I keep telling people, what did we do after 8 years in Vietnam? We left. It took another 2 years after we left for the regime to completely fall apart under assault from the north. But the point is, we had no good ideas. We had no solutions. We squandered American blood and treasure stupidly. There was never an attainable objective. And as a result, we looked ridiculous. But it was, for various reasons, not taken as evidence for our weakness and stupidity. And of course, we did recover from it. Now, what we're doing at the moment is we're beginning to look feckless because we have thrown everything that we possibly can, short of a nuclear weapon, against the Iranians, and it hasn't worked. So if you're sitting anywhere in the world, whether it's Brazil or China or Russia or anywhere else, you're looking at this and saying, oh, this is interesting. Clearly, we can defend ourselves against this. It's not as bad as we thought. So I think we're beginning to look weak, which is what happened to the British after the Boer War. It's not a good thing for us at all. But again, I don't know that President Trump is thinking in those terms. If he's just watching videos that show explosions and things burning without understanding the larger strategic implications, I don't see anything good happening in the short run. But over the long run, if he goes ahead and does what I think he's going to do, we won't accomplish our objectives at all. It'll get worse, and we'll just leave.
And that's, sir, I mean, especially if he recognizes that this is beyond military means, we can't win this, then one would hope he would come to that conclusion in action and not send anybody on the ground into a mission which would only cause casualties and then not die. I've unfortunately seen that play out even in Afghanistan, I saw, so I don't have a lot of hopes for that. But it's not only the guys on the ground. And I want to take a look at something that's not being given a lot of consideration here, but I know it's something that you pay attention to and wonder what your thoughts are here. This graphic here is showing, because of these attacks like the E-3 the other day that got blown up in Prince Sultan Air Base and some of the other aircraft that we've already lost, we've had to move our troops way back. So right now, you are having to fly American ships, American airplanes rather, on these bombing runs, some from continental United States, some from Europe, et cetera. And you can see here, this is the number of sorties and where they've come from RAF Fairford in the UK, from the United States, continental United States. That is putting a tremendous amount of wear and tear on our airframes and our air crews. And there's lots of evidence that says, for every 1 hour of flight time and in combat, especially, you have to have like 8 to 10 hours of maintenance time. And when you have to fly that much, what do you have any concerns about the stress that's putting on the air crews as well as the aircraft themselves?
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Canada.
Mood is third-party tested, so
well, remember, during World War II, we and the RAF together lost 18,000 bombers trying to penetrate German air defenses. That's why you had such high casualties in the 8th Air Force, where we lost 58,000 men killed, almost twice the number of Americans in uniform killed that were lost in the Marine Corps in the Pacific. Now, this is a different world today. We spend a lot more money on individual bombers, billions of dollars, and we can't afford to put these bombers at risk. So we've got to be careful where we position them and how we use them. And so I think there are constraints on our ability to fully exploit high altitude bombing. They're not profound yet, but they're headed in that direction. I think we have to understand something else. President Trump said this war is going to end whenever he wants it to end. And I think he's telling you by implication that when he decides it's enough, he's going to pull out and leave. And I think the consequences strategically will be extremely negative. We will be finished in the Middle East. I think we're finished there now, frankly. All of these Sykes-Picot states left over from the Versailles Treaty in 1919 are going to vanish. I think there are going to be internal revolutions in the Arab world to deal with these, well, let's put it this way, the Epstein class in the Arab world that rules them. And ultimately, I think we're going to go in, but it's going to be very tough for the reasons that you outlined. Naval forces, and for that matter, ground forces or air forces, all have had to move a great distance away from where they want to go. And sometimes I have to remind people, when we landed at Normandy, we landed several hundred miles from the German border. If we had tried to land on the German coast, the whole thing would have been destroyed instantly. And by the time we got there in June of 1944, 82% of the German armed forces were on the Eastern Front, and we weren't really facing a very significant opposing force. The Germans were able to put 2 planes in the air against 5,000 of our fighters. So we're in a different position here. This is an enemy that is winning the missile war. This is the enemy that has built missile dominance. And we've had a hell of a time with it, and I don't think we can change it. We'll see. But my fear is it will go in again, do pretty much what we did the first time around, and simultaneously try to move Marines and airborne infantry, Rangers, special forces, infiltrate these forces into the region. And again, the problem I have with infiltrating, can it be done? Perhaps. But once they're in there and you want to get them out, how do you get them out? Once they're in there, how do you feed them? How do you clothe them? How do you get them water? All of these problems. So, you're presenting the right picture for everybody strategically, what a challenge this is. And I'm sure that President Trump is being told these things, but I think we're desperate. And I think our desperation will overwhelm our common sense, and we'll go ahead with it.
Well, we don't have a lot of good track record of not doing what you said there. But let me ask you a question. We talked to you a number of times before this war started, and we asked you a bunch of things about what we could have done. You said a lot of things about in the years past about what President Trump should have done when he first came into office about the Russia-Ukraine war, which obviously could have saved unbelievable amounts of resources for the United States had he done that, but he didn't. He didn't take your advice here, and he did start this war. What can he do now? If you were advising President Trump right now, with all the things that have happened, the war we've got, not the war we wanted, and the situation we've gotten ourselves into, and the fact that Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz and there's nothing we can do militarily to stop it, what advice would you give the President Trump to do right now?
2 things. First of all, right up front, I would urge him to go back and look at something that Robert Work, a former Marine officer who eventually became the Deputy Secretary of Defense under Obama, said in 2010. And this was something he wrote. He said, the Navy Marine team will never contemplate literal maneuver. In other words, maneuver near the coast of any opponent until an enemy's battle network capable of firing dense salvos of guided weapons, read missiles of all types and kinds and drones, is suppressed. Consequently, the initial phase of any joint theater entry operation will require achieving air, sea, undersea, and overall battle network superiority in the quote unquote amphibious objective area. Now, the question is, can we do that? That's what I can't answer. I don't think we can, but it may be that we have now found the magic sauce that will allow us to go back into Iran, systematically root out all the missile launchers and underground missile cities and so forth. I don't know. I think it's unlikely. So that's the first part of the answer. The second part of the answer is, it's time to admit that we don't have a military solution to the problem. And I would urge him to make that statement publicly and say that we would rather settle this, short of war in some setting and ask for countries that are willing to do so to mediate. Now, that's something he's not going to want to do, Dan. This is a man for whom everything is mortgaged to vanity. He and his persona are at the center of everything. This is now his great war. Now, we all know it's because of Israel, and he's trying to utterly destroy Iran on behalf of Israel. But the truth is he's now taken this on board. In other words, he's adopted the Israeli mentality, is not just Israeli talking points, the Israeli way of war. And that's unfortunate, but that would be the other thing that I would urge him to do, because if you understand what Robert Work meant in 2010, you recognize the enormous challenge that we confront today in the Persian Gulf, then he might step back and say, well, then we've got to find another way, and that way will not be with military power. But I don't think we're there yet. And of course, he doesn't seem to care in the least what the economic consequences are. I think his war is driving us into a very deep recession. And the rest of the world is going to face all sorts of problems. It might even be financial, economic depression accompanied by famine in many places because of the fertilizer problem. So that's the best I can do, Dan. I don't know what else to offer.
Yeah, well, there's not any good answers. We'll just start with that. Last question I got for you today, though, is to kind of zoom back to the 30,000-foot level. When you see all these reports in the last week, just in the last 1 week, about how the U.S. and Israel are both running out of interceptor missiles, PAC-3, the Arrow 2, Arrow 3 systems interceptors are running dangerously low. THAAD systems are interceptors running very low, extremely expensive. Tomahawk cruise missiles, depending on which report you look at, somewhere between 650 and 850 were used in the first 20 some odd days of this war. We don't know how many are continuing to be used, but the bottom line is our inventories of all of these critical weapon systems, interceptors at the PAC-3 level, the THAAD, and then offensive missiles with the standoff with JASSMs and also with Tomahawks are at really low numbers because of everything we've given to Ukraine, everything we've given to Israel since 2023, and now we're expending here. What does this do to our ability to defend our global requirements if, God forbid, we should have some unexpected conflict with either China in the South China Sea or Russia in Europe?
Well, I know that we've expended more than 1,000 JASSM missiles, that is Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Missile, at a cost of $1.5 million apiece. Some people think it's going to take a year or more to replenish these stocks. I'm sure we've come up with some additional JASSMs. How many, I don't know. But these standoff attack weapons are the weapons of choice, because then you don't have to fly into the enemy airspace and put yourself at risk of being shot down. I don't see any evidence that the Russians or the Chinese, or for that matter, anybody else wants to attack us. You have to remember, we started this war. Oh, I know, the Netanyahu talking points. This began a long time ago. Well, if you want to talk to the Iranians, they'll take you back to 53 and Mossadegh's removal from power and the installation of the Shah and his regime and all the terrible things that ensued from that. I don't think that holds up. We absolutely attacked this. We launched a preemptive war on the assumption that it would work, and it would work quickly. That's all failed. So you have a choice. You can double down or you can try to get out. I don't think he has seriously tried to get out, because I think the Israeli agenda is our agenda, and that agenda demands Iran's destruction. And if we go into the recession that I think is coming, and the rest of the world faces at least a bad recession, if not worse, we're going to be held accountable by the world for the terrible things that we've done that simply did not work.
Well, I certainly hope that you're right there. I mean, there's no reason why China would want to attack us, or certainly not Russia, either one. But I just fear that if we do get into a war unexpectedly, we're going to be in a real world of hurt. And the last part,
Dan, I would just argue right now that there will be no war with us unless we start it. That's what people need to understand. They've been fed this sort of Fox News diet of enemies everywhere. We have to have this enormous armed forces and be prepared to strike and bomb and attack everyone everywhere all the time. That's not true. Our biggest problems from a national security standpoint, they're south of the border. They come in the form of drug cartels, many of whom are extremely well armed now, as we have discussed before, with drones and cruise missiles and a lot of things that people don't realize. That's very dangerous. That's where our focus ought to be. But we're not focused there. We're focused elsewhere. But, you know, the Chinese and this Taiwan thing, this is ridiculous. To try and fight China over Taiwan is sheer lunacy.
Yes.
It would make the Persian Gulf look like an afternoon outing. Same thing for Russia. I mean, we have not put forces into Western Ukraine. God help us if we do. That would be fatally stupid. Again, nobody seems to understand something we've talked about before. We are not a continental land power anywhere but in the Western Hemisphere. So when things go badly for us, we sail away, we drive away, and we fly away. We don't live in the Eastern Hemisphere. But the people we're harming all live in the Eastern Hemisphere. That's the problem.
That is the problem. Well, let's hope that we follow that advice. And even if just because of constraints, we don't do any more stupid things, and maybe that will be a silver lining to all this. But in any case, we really appreciate you giving us your good advice here. And man, people should go to McGregorWarrior.substack.com for some great Substack work here. You do a lot of good work here, a lot of things that are very relevant to what's happening right now. People should go there to see more of Doug McGregor. You don't have to wait for him on this show. Thanks, Doug, for coming on. We always appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
And we appreciate you guys too. We'll see you on the next episode of the day. Oh, no, let me not mention here real quick. We have Colonel Jacques Beau coming on at 1:15 p.m. today. And then at 2 o'clock, we have back with us again, Scott Ritter, who always has some very interesting observations to make. And they'll see it from talk about what's going on with this war from a couple of different perspectives, and promise you don't want to miss either one of those. We'll see you then at 1:15 Daniel Davis Deep Dive. You know, we don't have sponsors because we hate to hit you over the head with ads. I don't like them. So show a little love back. Subscribe, like, and send this to somebody you care about.
Reduces redness for brighter, whiter looking eyes that make you go.
C's Public Relations Department, carried by press. Iran says it struck a U.S. command and control center outside Al Minhad Air Base in the UAE, while more than 200 mid-ranking American officers were present. That is the claim. The IRGC announced the strikes as Wave 87 of Operation True Promise 4, dedicated to Rear Admiral Alireza Tangsiri, the IRGC Navy chief killed in U.S.-Israeli strikes on March 26th. Tangsiri shaped Iran's naval doctrine in the Strait of Hormuz and built its maritime drone program. The wave was his funeral salute in ordnance. The claim The claim itself comes from the IRGC's Public Relations Department, carried by Press TV, and has not been confirmed by the Pentagon, CENTCOM, or the UAE. No casualty figures from the alleged strike have been independently reported, but the claim itself is the weapon. Whether the missiles hit the building or missed it by a mile, the IRGC just told every American officer stationed in the Gulf that Iran knows where they meet, when they meet, and how many are in the room. The intelligence claim is as significant as the strike claim. Because if Iran actually has that level of operational awareness of US command gatherings, the problem is not one missile. It is every meeting that happens from now on. The IRGC said it targeted locations linked to commanders of the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. The statement said the Navy destroyed 4 gathering sites and facilities belonging to the United States and Israel through strong and rapid strikes. The IRGC described the operation as coordinated between intelligence and operational units. Drones reportedly struck areas just outside the main compound while commanders were holding a meeting. That claim, like the Al-Minhad claim, places the timing of the strike at a moment of maximum human density, a meeting. Whether that timing reflects genuine intelligence or is designed to amplify the psychological impact of the announcement is a question the claim itself cannot answer. What it does is tell every US commander in Bahrain that the IRGC claims to know their schedules. The Bahrain strikes have a visual trail. Before and after satellite imagery circulating online appears to show damage at Sheikh Issa Air Base, though the imagery itself still lacks full official authentication. Open source assessments describe possible damage to surveillance hangars, support facilities, a drone hangar, and a depot area. But those site-by-site claims remain unconfirmed by the Pentagon or Bahrain. The satellite images have not been independently authenticated by top-tier outlets, but the visual evidence is circulating widely, and the damage patterns are consistent with the type of strikes the IRGC has been claiming. Bahrain sits just 768 kilometers from Iran. Its proximity makes it one of the most exposed US positions in the Gulf, and if the imagery is accurate, it would suggest that not every incoming strike was intercepted at Sheikh Issa Wave. Iran's foreign minister issued a warning that extends the target set even further. Araghchi wrote on social media that US soldiers fled military bases in the Gulf to hide in hotels and offices, accusing them of using GCC citizens as human shields. Fars news agency reported that US personnel had established a presence at civilian locations, including a logistics base near an old airport. The IRGC issued an ultimatum to hotel owners in Bahrain. Hosting US military personnel could make their properties legitimate military targets. That warning, if acted upon, would collapse the distinction between military and civilian infrastructure entirely. Hotels, office buildings, and logistics sites near airports would all become part of the declared battle space. The IRGC is telling the Gulf states that there is no safe place to put an American soldier. Every building that houses one becomes a target. Whether the IRGC has the intelligence to identify which hotels are hosting US personnel is an open question. The threat to hit them is not. In Saudi Arabia, the IRGC said it struck warning radars used to guide F-16 warplanes outside a military base. The claim was part of the same Wave 87 package. Separately, the IRGC Navy said it struck an Israeli-owned container ship, the Express Rome, with missile attacks. The Saudi radar claim fits the broader pattern that has defined the IRGC's Gulf campaign: systematic targeting of the sensor and logistics infrastructure that US air operations depend on. Radars, refueling aircraft, surveillance planes, drone hangars, ammunition depots. The pattern of claimed targets suggests the IRGC is trying less to wipe out US forces outright and more to degrade the radar, refueling, and surveillance systems they depend on. Every radar taken out reduces early warning time. Every tanker destroyed shortens fighter range. Every surveillance aircraft hit narrows the picture. The campaign is not about body counts. It is about capability degradation, and the IRGC is prosecuting it base by base across the Gulf. The scale of the campaign is now measurable in facilities, not just waves. Iranian and Iranian-aligned reporting says at least 17 US facilities have been targeted since the war began, a figure that has not been independently verified facility by facility. Among the sites Iranian media has named are radar facilities in Qatar, Jordan, and the UAE, though the damage and the scale of loss remain unverified. The IRGC claims to have destroyed KC-135 refueling aircraft and an E-3 Sentry AWACS at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. AP reported that the latest Prince Sultan strike wounded at least 15 US troops, above the initial figure first put into circulation. The E-3 loss, if confirmed, would be the most strategically significant single aircraft destroyed in the war, given its role as an airborne command center that tracks threats and coordinates operations across the theater. The damage has not been independently verified at the level the IRGC claims, but the targets Iran keeps naming point to a campaign centered on logistics, surveillance, and air defense assets. The capability being targeted is not easily replaceable. An F-16 can be repositioned from another theater in days. An E-3 Sentry takes years to replace. The US Air Force operates a limited fleet of AWACS aircraft. Losing one in combat would be the first such loss in the platform's operational history. Ground-based radar installations in places like Qatar, Jordan, or the UAE, if actually knocked out, would be difficult to restore while strikes are ongoing. The IRGC is exploiting the asymmetry between the cost of destroying a radar and the cost of replacing one. A precision missile that costs tens of thousands of dollars can destroy a radar system worth hundreds of millions. The math is the same math Hezbollah is using against Merkava tanks in Lebanon. Cheap weapons against expensive targets. The consistent theme of this war is that the expensive side is running out of things faster than the cheap side is running out of missiles. If the radar strikes are having the effect Tehran claims, they would help explain why more missiles may be getting through. Iranian-aligned estimates have pushed claims as high as 80% of missiles getting through, a number that remains heavily disputed. A reversal from the early weeks of the war when interception rates were reported above 90%. The causality is logical. Fewer radars means less early warning. Less early warning means less time to track and engage incoming threats. And less engagement time means more missiles getting through. The IRGC's campaign against sensor infrastructure is not a sideshow to the missile war. It is the enabling condition for the missile war's success. Every radar destroyed makes the next missile more likely to land, and the next wave is always coming. The IRGC does not need to win a dogfight. It needs to remove the systems that detect the missiles before they arrive. The air war is being decided on the ground, at the radar sites, the hangars, and the fuel depots. The strategic logic of the Gulf Blitz comes into focus when you look at what Iran keeps claiming to target: radar networks, refueling capacity, surveillance assets, depots, and hangars. And now, command centers and meeting sites claimed as targets. The IRGC is not fighting the US military head-on. It is fighting the infrastructure that allows the US military to fight. Take away the eyes and the Air Force cannot see. Take away the tankers and the fighters cannot reach. Take away the command centers and the coordination breaks down. The campaign is designed to make the US presence in the Gulf increasingly expensive, increasingly dangerous, and increasingly unsustainable.
The final decision on the timing of D-Day will be mine, and mine alone.
Iranian state media is now claiming that combat units from Russia's Chechen Republic have declared themselves ready to deploy to Iran if the United States launches a ground invasion. According to Press TV, these forces are loyal to Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov and have told Tehran they will fight alongside the Iranian armed forces if US troops move beyond air and missile strikes onto Iranian soil. The reports describe the ongoing US-Israeli war against Iran as a religious war and say the Chechen side is framing any direct intervention as a jihad, a battle of good versus evil in defense of the Islamic Republic. These claims surface just as US officials openly discuss limited ground raids inside Iran, including possible assaults on Karg Island and coastal sites near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's top military command has responded with its own rhetoric, vowing to cut off the legs of any aggressor who tries to set foot on Iranian territory, and insisting the country is waiting for a ground invasion to prove it can destroy invading forces. Iranian outlets say more than 1 million fighters, a mix of regular troops, Revolutionary Guard units and Basi volunteers, have been mobilized nationwide, while new reinforcements and air defense systems are being dug in along key fronts. Against that backdrop, talk of Chechen reinforcements is meant to signal that any US move on the ground might not just pit Washington against Tehran, but risk pulling in Russian-aligned fighters as well. Chechen commander Abdi Alaudinov, whose Akhmat units have been fighting in Ukraine, has already said publicly that his men are waiting for an order from Vladimir Putin to confront US forces if war spills into Iran. Iranian and sympathetic media are now amplifying those statements to suggest that the same Chechen formations used as shock troops in Ukraine could appear on a new front in the Gulf, blurring the line between the Ukraine war and the Iran conflict. For now, there is no independent confirmation that any Chechen units are actually moving toward Iran. But the messaging alone feeds a narrative in Tehran that if the US crosses the threshold into a ground invasion, it could find itself facing not just Iran's own forces, but foreign fighters who see the fight as part of a wider jihad against American power.
What had been articulated as an imminent threat war. I mean, let's get just dead serious right off the bat. It's a war crime. The United States is a nation that is committing, the most egregious of war crimes, a war of aggression. This was a war of choice. There was no imminent threat from Iran. In fact, what had been articulated as an imminent threat by the United States, Iran's nuclear program, was being resolved diplomatically. And that when the United States and Israel carried out their surprise attack, when the Japanese bombed us, it was called the Day of Infamy. Imagine what the Iranians call it, but it was perfidy. Literally, we were operating under a flag of truce, and then we attacked the Iranians. So we are a war criminal state. and Pete Hegseth is a war criminal. And we have to start out by this because of evaluating everything that follows from this. America, wake up. Our government is committing crimes in your name, our name. We are a war criminal nation. So now let's take a look at this. Some people would say, well, the ends justify the means. I mean, if we get rid of the Iranian state and we can secure Middle East oil and all this stuff what's international law? We've been breaking it. What the hell? We invaded and occupied Iraq back in 2003, spent better part of a decade doing that. And nobody, thousands of Americans died, but nobody cares. For all you people out there that care about I just despise these people. We support the troops. Really? Do you really support the troops? You've never supported them because you haven't gone to the VA and changed the colostomy bag of a guy that got his guts blown out. You haven't held the hand of a wife or a daughter has to sit there and stare at her husband or father drool into a cup because his brain has been addled by a roadside bomb. Nobody cares about the American troops. We like them when they're good looking and in uniform. Girls are like, hey, I'd like to date that guy. Really? You'd like to date that guy? Why? Because he looks good in uniform? But what happens when he comes back in a wheelchair or a basket case, or he comes back with a drinking problem or a drug addiction because of the pain that was inflicted on his body or the psychosis in his mind? Do you love him then? No, you walk away. Then you leave him abandoned. Now his guts are torn out and his heart's torn out. No, America sucks as a nation. We don't support our troops at all. And so, we're talking about sending people out to fight and die in a war to achieve what? Pete Hegseth said this is because we're going to remove the regime in Iran. 47 years, those people have been tormenting America. Really? I think it's America that's been tormenting them. Iran hasn't sanctioned us. We've been sanctioning them. Iran hasn't assassinated our nuclear scientists. We've been assassinating theirs. I mean, America, this is the stupidity of the American people is beyond belief, buying into this notion. We're going to get rid of the Ayatollah and suddenly the regime is going to collapse. And in the process of collapsing, we'll get them to agree to get rid of their missiles because that's the other stated objective, to stop Iran from launching missiles and drones. Well, the regime didn't collapse. We killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The regime is there now. His son is now the Ayatollah. Yeah, we got rid of the one Ayatollah that said it was against the law to produce nuclear weapons, and we replaced it with another Ayatollah that said, who knows? Maybe we'll have to reconsider this because you guys attacked us. Nuclear armed nations attacking us when we're supposed to be protected from this attack by the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It says when you sign the treaty and you've entered a safeguards agreement, you're sort of immune from this sort of thing. But no, here comes the United States and Israel because we don't care about international law, bombing Iran. We didn't collapse the regime. We made them stronger. So, Pete, you lost. If your job was to collapse the regime, they're there. They're winning. You're losing. Now, what about those missiles, Pete? How'd that happen? Well, I don't know. Ask the Gulf Arab nations get bombarded every. Ask yourself, Pete. Where's the classified report on the battle damage assessment done to the U.S. bases in the region? They're being wiped off the map, Pete. That's on you, pal. And what about Israel, our ally? They're getting slammed every single day. That's on you, Pete. You haven't won anything. We have lost this war. We're losing it now, and we've lost it badly because now the unintended consequences, when I say unintended, they were knowable. Everybody knew it. The global energy crisis that's taking place right now. That's Donald Trump's crisis. He did it. Pete Hegseth did it. These war criminals have now also committed, economic crimes against the world. How'd you like to be Japan, thinking America's your ally, South Korea, America's your ally, and suddenly wake up one morning, not only to find out that your energy prices are going through, you're going to have to start South Korea rationing gas because they don't have any. They got it all from the Middle East, and it ain't flowing right now. But it's not just that. We took away all their air defense, too, and sent it off to the Middle East because, oh, yeah, our air defense sucks. We don't know how to defend against missiles. So not only did we not knock them out, we can't shoot them down. The Iranians have free reign to strike wherever they want, whenever they want, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. We lost this war.
What military? Scott, a tremendous dissertation. My hat is off to you. I don't even think you came up for air. What military purpose would be served by the introduction of boots on the ground?
None whatsoever. I mean, look, ostensibly, let's back this up. In Trump's first term, the Iranians shot down one of our Global Hawk, I think, drones, big drone, got shot down over the Strait of Hormuz for theoretically flying into Iranian airspace. And Trump, being the blustering fool that he is, said he wanted to bomb them in return. And the Pentagon said, hey, boss, we may have stranded into their airspace, but I don't know, we're America. You can't shoot down our drones. We have to punish them. So they drew up a plan to strike Iranian air defense sites, the ones responsible for shooting it down. But the Pentagon said, hey, you hit them, we're going to start a sequence of events. It's going to finish with them blowing the hell out of all of our bases, knocking the crap out of everything else, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. We don't have the forces arrayed for this. And they said, here's the important part. In order to defeat Iran, we would have to come in with about 900,000 troops. It would take us easily 9 months to 1.5 years to assemble these troops. And even once we assembled them, there's no guaranteeing we would get them across the beach, because this ain't going to be Desert Storm, where American troops are flying into airfields where nobody's attacking them, or landing in ports where nobody's attacking them. The Iranians will be destroying all the infrastructure, and they have missiles that can hit our ships as they come close to shore. You may not want to start this thing, boss. And Trump wisely refrained from striking. So now today, you got people talking about ground action. Understand that anything we're talking about, what, 10,000 troops? Guys, you can't do anything with 10,000 troops. When I helped plan, I was just a junior lieutenant time. I did the intelligence. I fixed up the intelligence assessment for the amphibious op to take Bandar Abbas, which is a major Iranian city. We went in with 60,000 Marines. That was the plan, 60,000 Marines. And then the Army was going to follow through with about 180,000 soldiers. So we have 240,000 guys on the ground to take Bandar Abbas. Major effort. We don't have that capability today. We don't have the prepositioned ships. We used to have all our stuff on ships, so we could come in with amphibious forces, seize the ground, then bring the ships in behind in the port, offload them, fly in the troops, and off they go to fight. We can't do that today. We don't have any of this capability. We'd have to mobilize troops. It takes us 6 months to get a single heavy army brigade out of its base in the United States, ready for deployment, to ship down and go off to Europe to do its little rotational duty. Now you want to talk about moving hundreds of thousands of troops to them. We don't have the shipping to do it. We don't have anything left. We suck as a military. People need to understand this. So now what have we done? We're going to send in 2 Marine expeditionary units. Yay, battalion landing teams, the Thundering Herd and Dark Horse. These are legendary Marine units, but Marines aren't immortal. And you put them on a beach without appropriate support, they're going to die. We put multiple battalions across the beach at Iwo Jima to take on the Japanese. Now, we're going to take card with two Marines, and where's the reinforcements? So the Marines are going to come in, do an assault. Think Tarawa for a second, guys. Study it up. Marines waiting 1.5 miles, chest deep water, get machine gun down. They finally get to the beach and assault through. Thousands died. Where's the reinforcements? There's no more Marines there. Oh, the paratroopers are going to come in. You guys ever think about airborne operations? They jump in with what they have. What happens when they run out of ammunition and you can't resupply them because everything's getting shot down or the drones are coming in and hitting them? They all die. They tend to surrender. Think the British, Arnhem, A Bridge Too Far. You might want to look at that movie. What happened to the first British airborne divisions? What's going to happen to any paratroopers we send in? This ground invasion stuff is nonsense. So the Rangers are going to come in. Really? The Rangers aren't that good, first of all. A bunch of young kids with shaved heads who prove they could do a bunch of tough stuff, but they're not that good at fighting. And they're going to go in and do what? Die. That's what they're going to do. Die. Delta Force. Delta Force went scud hunting during Desert Storm. Every insertion was detected by the Iraqis. Every Delta Force team that went on the ground was running for its life in the first hour it was on the ground. That's how good Delta Force is. Now we're going to go into Iran, which has many, many more troops. We don't have a plan. This is Pete Hegseth making it up as he goes along. The fact is that we're mobilizing these forces now means we didn't think about it up front. So now we are reacting. And when you're reacting, now we come into John Boyd, Colonel John Boyd, the decision-making cycle. The OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, act. Fighter pilots, because that's how you shoot people down. The Marine Corps adopted as part of our maneuver strategy. You want to get inside the enemy's decision-making cycle so that you're acting, they're reacting. And when that happens, you win 100% of the time. Guess who's reacting? The United States. The Iranians own our decision-making cycle.
Wow. Are we negotiating, or is Trump making this up?
He's making it up. The Iranians aren't negotiating. Judge, again, I'm laughing because it's mind-boggling. Hollywood couldn't come up with a script like this. I mean, people would read the script and go, no, this would never happen. That's unrealistic. No diplomat would ever do that. And no nation would allow itself to be fooled twice. Donald Trump in June 2025 said, hey, let's have a nuclear deal. The Iranians went, we're ready, negotiate in good faith. We're going to go to bed on Friday night, work Saturday, Sunday. On Monday, we'll show up and we'll conclude this deal. They went to bed Friday night, bam, 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 assassinated by Israel using U.S. intelligence. Trump bragged about it. Not making this up, guys. That's what we did. Perfidy. Now we come to this one, and Trump said, we want a deal. And the Iranians went, okay. And they sat down and they made a deal. They actually had a deal ready. People were flying into Washington, D.C. to get it signed off on when, boom, 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 there we go again, surprise attack, perfidy. The Iranians are done. The Iranians have shown so much restraint over the course of the past years. They haven't gone full bore. But now they said, it's all bets are off, guys. We're taking everything out. You want to play this game? We're going to take it all out. Wait till they start hitting the desalinization plants. They already hit one in Kuwait. When they take them out, there won't be a single nation left. I mean, I love the United Arab Emirates, those fat, stupid Arabs with all their oil money, ruling over a country where 85% of the population isn't Arab. They're foreigners coming in. 85% of their military are mercenaries, the Sparta of the Middle East. And they're sitting there talking big and bad. Your desalinization plants are about to go boom. And when that happens, you won't have anybody left in your pathetic little country. All you'll have is a bunch of sand and good luck. You'll have some oil. You can drink that maybe, but that's it. You won't be drinking water unless it's salt water. Then you'll die. That's what's going to happen to the totality of the Gulf Arab states if this war continues. And it's on Donald Trump, and it's on them because they're sitting there playing the victim. We didn't want anything to do with it. BS. You gave safe haven to American troops that were then used to attack Iran not once but twice in the past year. And you want to pretend you're innocent? No, you're paying the price. The only way you get out of this is to kick the United States out, which is one of Iran's principal negotiating positions. But they're not negotiating. They just said, you have to get the hell out of here. This isn't a game of us sitting down at the table. Who are they going to sit down with? Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? No, they're the same guys they sat down with the first and second time. They're not going to do that. There's other nations out there that are desperate for a peace deal that are in contact with the Iranians. The Iranians are telling them, pound sand, we won't negotiate. Then they go to the United States and say, well, we think what the Iranians might want. And Donald Trump then says, I'm in negotiations with the Iranians. The Iranians aren't giving the United States anything. They're not doing it directly or indirectly. This is the fantasy of Donald Trump. I mean, the man is just a psychotic liar.
Here's Pistol Pete just a few hours ago, about 8 o'clock this morning, trying to convince a skeptical press that negotiations are going on. Chris, cut number 21.
Having been with Steve and Jared and the vice president and Marco and many others yesterday, they are very real. They are ongoing. They're active and I think gaining strength. And we appreciate that. As I said in my remarks, we would much prefer to get a deal. If Iran was willing to relinquish material they have and ambitions they have, open this, great. That's the goal. We don't want to have to do more militarily than we have to. But I didn't mean it flippantly when I said, in the meantime, we'll negotiate with bombs. Our job is to ensure that we compel Iran to realize that this new regime, this regime in charge, is in a better place if they make that deal. And so we'll continue. We're working hand in hand, but the primary effort is a deal. We want that deal to be accomplished if at all possible. If not, then we're prepared to continue.
A headline in the Wall Street Journal saying, Trump willing to give up on the Strait of Hormuz.
It's not give up. Your ass has been kicked. And Pete, screw you, you lying sack of manure. I mean, this guy is pathetic. A deal, there is no deal, Pete. You lost the war. Our negotiating is bombing. What the hell have you been doing for the past several weeks, Pete? You used all of your precision-guided munitions. You got nothing left, Pete. Nothing. You blew it all. You shot your wad, buddy. And what'd you do? Squat. The Iranians are still there, and now you got to come in with what? Conventional bombs, gravity bombs? Because that's all you got left. Hey, Pete, you might want to pick up a history book. We spent a couple years bombing the crap out of Nazi Germany. Didn't work, pal. Didn't break their spirit. Did the same thing to the Japanese. Bombed their cities. Committed war crimes. Dresden, the firebombing of Tokyo. You want to firebomb Tehran? Do it. They're ready for you now, Pete, because Iran doesn't care. They recognize you for what you are, a lying war criminal. They're not going to negotiate with you, and they're not going to negotiate with Donald Trump, another lying war criminal. This is the problem when the United States operates the way it has, arrogantly and ignorantly. We are liars. There's no credibility. There's no reason for anybody in the world to believe us. Hell, Europe doesn't even believe us anymore. Italy just said, pound sand, you can't use our base. America's like, what? I thought we could use those bases. Hey, good planning, Pete. You never thought about your European allies, did you? You might want to check that box off, saying secure European support before going to war with Iran, where we require European support. Now, Spain, I'm just telling you, when I flew out to the Gulf War, landed in Spain, going there, landed in Spain, going back, because Spain's an important intermediary stop. Not anymore. Sigonella, Italy. Nope, can't use that anyway. Brindisi, no, it's all gone. You didn't secure the European support before engaging in your illegal war of aggression. And now you're telling you to pound sand, and you got your feelings hurt, Pete. You and Marco Rubio are like, oh, NATO didn't come to our assistance. NATO isn't going to participate in your illegal war of aggression, especially the one that is crushing their economies right now, and you failed to coordinate with them. I mean, this is literally, we're talking about the most amateur, criminal-minded idiots in the world. At least Dick Cheney wasn't incompetent.
I can see you're on fire, but this is actually going to raise the heat a little bit. This is also Hegseth from this morning. Chris, number 17.
As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. What he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. So if we needed to, we could execute those options on behalf of the President of the United States and this department.
Doesn't know what he's talking about.
Hey, Pete, you got 15 ways to go into Iran. They got 31 independent autonomous military districts. So let's just say your 15 ways takes out 15 of them. They got 16 left, Pete. I mean, your math sucks, Pete. This is what happens when you have a clown that's been promoted to the Department of Defense, which is, he calls, Department of War. Pete can't wage war, doesn't know how to wage war, never did wage war. I mean, he went in there and did low intensity conflict on a limited basis. He's no war hero. He's a joke. And what, he couldn't even be, he'd be fired. If Pete Hegseth gave that briefing in my Marine battalion, I wasn't a commander, I was just in it. But I just tell you, I've done briefings, battalion commander. If you came up and pulled that kind of crap with that kind of semantic structure, fired on the spot. Because that is shallow as it is. There's no substance to what he's saying. He's just out there throwing platitude after platitude after platitude, saying big words, big plans. I want details, Pete. Boots on the ground. Yeah, your president is what, saying all options are on the table? It's not about options, Pete. It's about capabilities. All right, Pete? I mean, my God, man, stop bench pressing, stop doing push-ups, and start thinking. Oh, you can't think because you're Pete Hegseth. This is frustrating because Americans are dying and Americans are going to die.
Here's one of your fellow Marines, a young man by the name of James Webb. His grandfather, whom I knew, was the Secretary of the Navy under Ronald Reagan and then became a U.S. Senator from Virginia. The grandfather was a great man. This young man told our friend and colleague Tucker Carlson he would never let his sons join the Marine Corps because he didn't want them to become mercenaries fighting a war for a foreign country. Then he began to talk about war games in which he participated, and it didn't go well. Cut number 8, Chris.
We have war gamed this, and it didn't go well. The other parts of it are, if you look at the terrain of Iran, it is Afghanistan, but worse, with a larger population that is obviously well more equipped than any other war we fought in recent memory.
That's why it's the oldest empire in the world. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Geography matters.
Absolutely. And their traditions matter. Like they have survived for 2 millennia. And a lot of that was by having to fight. They're not pushovers. I'm not a fan of their policies. I don't want to live in Iran, but at the same time, you have to recognize realistically who you're dealing with. And they're not a backwater. They are a very advanced philosophical, mathematical society. They've given the world a lot. And if you don't take that into account, you rely on hubris to make your planning, you're going to walk into a trap.
Hubris. Trump, Hegseth, hubris on spades.
100%. Well, I mean, look, you and I share a great affinity for James Webb, the former Secretary of, he's a war hero. He highly decorated Vietnam War hero. And he's just a hell of a guy. I remember when he ran for president, the thing that lost him the presidency is he said, what was one of those adversarial relationships in life and how it worked out for you? He said, well, that North Vietnamese guy that threw a grenade at me and I threw it back and killed him. It didn't work out for him. The American people couldn't understand that, so they didn't vote for him. But I understood it. And he would have made a great president. But, look, his son, I respect his son. But let me just correct the record here. If you've never been to Iran, don't ever talk about Iran. All right? He said he wouldn't want to live there. You haven't been there. Okay, Iran is a fantastic country, filled with just loving people, intelligent people. I've been to Iran, and I have to tell you, I was never treated better. I was treated pretty good my last trip to Russia, but when you're friendly with people, they tend to treat you well. And if you're friendly with the Iranians, they will treat you well. And, he speaks of their scientific, yes, these are some of the best scientists in the world. Is it possible to defeat Iran? Guys, Iran was occupied by the United States, Great Britain, and Russia during World War II. So it's possible to defeat Iran. I mean, you can talk about history all you want. Learn your history, Mr. Webb, before you speak and study about Iran. I agree with his basic sentiment, but you can defeat Iran. They've been defeated in the past. It's not as though they're invincible. But Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump aren't going to defeat them. The terrain is a factor, but not in the factor the way, again, no one's talking about landing in Bandar Abbas and surging across the mountains in the desert to get to Tehran. If you're going to do Tehran, you come in through Azerbaijan, you go down the Caspian Sea coast, and you do an amphibious hook. We've been planning that one too. Can't do it anymore because we don't have the troops or resources. But if we're going to go in, we could secure the Strait of Hormuz, but it would be a major effort. I'm talking about major effort, World War II style D-Day, Battle of Okinawa effort, where we're going to lose tens of thousands of troops. For what? For what? I mean, tens of thousands. We only have 10,000 there now. I'm talking about if you want to secure the Strait of Hormuz, you better bring 20,000 body bags because that's what's going to take.
Let me correct myself. You probably know this, but we're too diplomatic to correct me. The Jim Webb, who was the Secretary of the Navy, who is a great man, who is a decorated war hero, is the father, not the grandfather of this fellow. The grandfather was also a decorated Marine, but it is his father who was Reagan's Secretary of the Navy.
Yep.
John Brennan, head of the CIA in the Biden years, had quite a tongue lashing for Trump and Hegseth. Chris, this is yesterday. Chris, cut number 20.
It's clear that there's this toxic mix of traits that Donald Trump has, which is he's a pathological liar. He is incompetent on so many fronts. And he's also deeply corrupt, which I think is now being manifesting itself in terms of the Gulf War. That's why you have these wholly incoherent, wholly inconsistent flailing about because, first of all, again, there was no real rationale for this war. Secondly, he's trying to figure out what his next move is, and he doesn't understand exactly how he's going to get himself out of this mess. And thirdly, the Iranians now seem to have a lot more influence and cards to play, especially in terms of the Strait of Hormuz and allowing shipping to get out or not. And so therefore, I think Donald Trump is trying to present a false narrative to the American public by saying, yes, the Iranians now seem more reasonable. They're trying to negotiate. But, he's protected himself for so many years in this cocoon of disinformation. But the reality now is just penetrating and taking away that cocoon.
Cocoon of disinformation is laying the ground for a summary departure. If we depart, what happens to Netanyahu and his crew?
Well, first of all, let's start that having John Brennan talk about a cocoon of disinformation. This man's a lying sack of crap too. He's the guy who made up, Russiagate. He manufactured intelligence. He's the worst CIA director we've ever had. He's a man who belongs in jail for telling lies. So I really don't need to be lectured by John Brennan, who is a pathological liar himself. I guess it takes one to know one. So there, maybe he'd bring some evidence. But John Brennan, I'll spit on him. But we don't need John Brennan to make the point that Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are incompetent. What happens when we withdraw? What happens to Israel? Israel's going to have to pay the piper, baby. I mean, I saw, there's people posting on X, a 5-man artillery crew killed in Lebanon. They were killed in South Lebanon. May God rest their soul. What were they doing in South Lebanon?
Invading.
Israel is Israel. South Lebanon ain't their country. And so they're invading South Lebanon, and Hezbollah is kicking their ass. I mean, literally 76 tanks destroyed in the last 48 hours. That's more than a battalion. Could you imagine? And guys, you put an American tank battalion, it gets annihilated. There'd be hell to pay here. This is what happened to Israel. They can't beat Hezbollah. They're getting the crap kicked out of them, and Iran is pounding them to death. Israel is going to have to get rid of Netanyahu and get a government capable of making peace. And the key aspect of that peace will be one of the principal Iranian demands, a Palestinian state. This is what happens when you lose wars. There are consequences of losing wars. And here, Israel will have to accept a Palestinian state, and the United States will have to get the hell out of the Middle East.
Well, if there are boots on the ground, if this ill-advised suicidal land invasion takes place, will the IDF invade as well, or will it be all American?
Can't invade. I mean, the IDF sucks. They're not very good at what they do. They get killed when they face competent fighters. They got that crap beat out of them in Gaza. Hamas didn't roll over. Yeah, Hamas got pummeled because, it takes a lot of courage to fly an airplane over undefended airspace and drop bombs on women and children and other people. So no, Israel sucks. When it comes to actual fighting, closing with and destroying the enemy through firepower maneuver, the Israelis aren't very good at it at all. Just look at what's happening. They got the crap handed to them by Hezbollah back in the 1990s. They had to withdraw in 2000. They got the crap beat out of them in 2006. They got the crap, 2006. They get the crap beat out of them last year, getting the crap beat out of them now. They're not any good. And now you want them to do what? Move close with Iran? Bring it on. The Iranians would love a chance to slaughter the Israel. This is why the Israelis are having problems, because they're mobilizing their fat, stupid, incompetent reservists who don't want to do anything. They want to be living in their air-conditioned home doing IT technology. They don't want to be out there getting dirty and fighting and killing. That's not what modern Israelis do. These aren't very good warriors. They like to wear uniforms that are very tight so they pretend they can posture and look good. I've been there. I know. I've seen them. But they're not very good at fighting. They don't know how to fight, because to fight and be effective in fight, I just came from Chechnya. Those Chechens can fight. Why? Because they're willing to die. They're willing to die. You look in their eyes and you realize if they're coming at you, you're going to have to kill them, because otherwise they'll just keep coming till they kill you. The Israelis don't have that look in their eyes. They're a bunch of pathetic little nobodies who, they've been beating up. They're very good at shooting pregnant women in the belly. That's what Israeli snipers do. They're not very good at actually beating people. And you want to get with Hezbollah, the Radwan Special Forces, who will eat you for breakfast, and then you want to say you want to go on and fight the Iranians on Iranian territory? Israel would never get across the border. They wouldn't make it. They'd all retreat. They have reservists right now that are refusing to be mobilized because they know that if they go to southern Lebanon, they ain't coming home. And you're going to send them to Iran. There will be no Israeli forces. There might be some special operations forces to go in and do a raid here and a raid there. But in terms of the mainstream combat units, they suck. They're not any good, and they're never going to make it outside of Israel.
One more clip before we finish. Did you know that God is on the side of the Americans? I want you to tell me how your troops, your colleagues would have reacted if the Secretary of Defense said this. Chris, cut number 9.
Almighty God, who trains our hands for war and our fingers for battle, you who stirred the nations from the north against Babylon of old, making her land a desolation where none dwell. Behold now the wicked who rise against your justice and the peace of the righteous. Snap the rod of the oppressor, frustrate the wicked plans, and break the teeth of the ungodly. By the blast of your anger, let the evil perish. Let their bulls go down to slaughter, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things and blow them away like chaff before the wind.
First of all, he's quoting the Old Testament. I mean, we're supposed to be, a Christian nation. Christianity comes from Jesus Christ. Jesus, the guy that stayed Peter's hand when he was cutting off the ear of the guy who was coming to arrest Jesus. No violence, put it back on. Turn the other cheek. That's the Jesus of Christianity, not this crap that this guy's pouring out. Pete Hegseth's the worst Christian possible. Everything he said in there is as unchristian as it gets. Is unchristian. Not only that, we live in a nation where there's a separation of church and state. So keep your goddamn church out of my state. I'm sorry, I'm using bad language. I apologize for that. But, no, we aren't a nation of state religion. And yet he's trying to imply that somehow we are the Crusaders. Hey, Pete, let me tell you how the Crusades worked out. They all died in the end, Pete. They all died. You're going to die. Everybody's going to die. And you're going to go straight to hell because you're sitting there pretending that you're posturing as some godlike figure. You're just a pathetic cartoon character. Marvel Comics couldn't make somebody as pathetic as you. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Scott Ritter, thank you, my man. Scott on
Let me start, Professor Marandi, with the new targets, because right before coming to this podcast, coming to this live, we had Pete Hegseth together with General King talking about the targets, how precise are the targets of the United States in Iran. We know that they have targeted a pharmaceutical, but some pharmaceutical companies in Iran, which are related, providing remedies for the cancer, for the medicine, for the cancer, for these sort of patients. And what is the target? Not only pharmaceutical companies, but also a new target. Yesterday, we've learned they hit a new school, which was killed, 10 kids together with the teacher. What are the targets? Because considering what Pete Hegseth tries to picture for the West in the mainstream media, and what is the reality on the ground in Iran?
They're lying. It's clear as day for anyone in Iran that they're targeting homes, apartment blocks. I just told you before the show that they have been targeting poultry farms. In order to wipe out the food industry in the country. They've been targeting pharmaceutical companies. They've been targeting schools and hospitals, universities. They've been targeting important universities in the city of Tehran, as well as in other cities, places where young people go to get educated so that tomorrow they can build their homes, their communities, their cities, their country. This is basically what they've been doing. And the reason is that they're frustrated. They cannot strike and destroy the hundreds of underground missile bases, the hundreds of underground drone bases, the many factories that produce missiles and drones, and other key assets that will be revealed as the war continues, or when the Trump regime begins its invasion of the islands or other areas in Iran. So their revenge is on ordinary people. Just the night before last, Nima, the night before last, a walk away, it's like a 30-minute walk from where I am now. Less, a 15-20-minute walk from where I am now. They bombed a demonstration. They fired missiles at a demonstration because at night, across the city of Tehran and across the country, people gather, large numbers of people. When I travel across the city, sometimes at night to go to a studio or just to some place, you go by many of them, small, medium-sized, huge. Sometimes they're just people in the neighborhood. Sometimes they're official gatherings, which are very large, like in Engelab Square, sorry, or Khorasan Square, or, all these other, Tajrish Square, and all these other places. Near this place where I am now, they bombed near Artish Square. There was a gathering. They bombed it. They fired missiles at them, and a woman was killed. She died. She was badly wounded, and then I just received news literally 20 minutes ago that she died last night from someone who was there. So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with monsters. The Trump regime, the Netanyahu regime, these are monsters. The Zionists, the collective West, these regimes in the Persian Gulf that have been hosting these bases and facilitating the airstrikes for the last, for over a month now, these are all monsters. And they constantly try to hide this. And it doesn't really matter if it's like pro-Trump media or in the West or anti-Trump media. They may dislike Trump, but they have no problem with killing kids. They have no problem with murdering demonstrators. I mean, we discussed this before. When the demonstration, the Quds Day demonstration, which I participated in on the last Friday of Ramadan, when they bombed it and a woman was killed there was a lot of footage. I tweeted it, others did. None of the mainstream media or legacy media or Epstein class controlled media in the West showed this, even though it would be like sort of the footage of the year. And people, of course, did not stampede. They didn't run away. They stood their ground, and it's happening across the country. As I said, just the night before last, near Artish Square, and in Hamadan, I know of another strike. In Anzali City, I know of another strike. All of these, I put footage of them online. The one the night before last, I don't have any footage of that. But the West doesn't. So it's not as if the opponents of Trump in the West, they have any humanity. They just dislike Trump. But this is the daily reality. It's they're constantly striking. Their focus is on civilians. They bomb trucks that take goods from city A to city B. They bomb ambulances. I mean, right now in Lebanon, they're striking all the ambulances. They've murdered large numbers of medics in Lebanon. Why? Because they want as many people to die as possible. But the Western media is not dwelling on this. They're trying to do to Lebanon what they did to Gaza, and have no doubt. Ultimately, when this war comes to an end, Iran will make sure that Lebanon is a part of any agreement, and its allies across the axis of resistance. The Israeli regime will not be able to take Lebanon and annex it like in Syria and under the government of Jolani, the Al-Qaeda leader, where they are completely indifferent.
I think that's important, Professor Marandi. Sorry for interrupting. That's important because right now we've learned from the Israeli Defense Minister Katz. He's talking about Israel Katz. He's talking about they're gonna keep the southern part of Lebanon, some part of it, because as a buffer zone, as security zone, something like that.
Yeah, that's not going to be tolerated. Neither Hezbollah is going to tolerate that, nor the axis of resistance is going to tolerate that. And Iran, as a part of the axis of resistance, will not tolerate that.
Professor Marandi, the other part, we've learned they attacked the water resources in one of the cities I happen to know because it's located in Khuzestan, in city of Haft-Kil. I know the city. I know that the city doesn't have anything to do with military-industrial complex, with nuclear program, with nothing. And do you think that if they continue with these sort of attacks on water resources, which is important for these cities who are far away, from big cities, they have, the management problem if something happens. because they're trying to bring suffering to the people. It seems that they're trying to do this to put pressure on the government through the society, which they don't understand. If they try to do that, they don't understand Iranians, in my opinion. But what would be the response if they continue with this sort of attitude?
Well, you're right. They targeted the water resources of that city, and of course, it's not in the Western media. And that in general, Nima, nowhere near our borders do we have significant military installations. Nowhere. All of the let's say underground bases for missiles and drones, they're deep inside Iran. What the underground bases that are near their borders are there for invasions. So if there's an invasion, they will be met by people who are very well trenched they're very well in place. They're entrenched. They have underground facilities for resistance. But there's no major industrial military industrial center or any major base near any of the borders, because that would be foolish. They're all deep inside so that they cannot be easily accessed. But it's not just there where they targeted the water resources. A few days ago, they targeted the desalination plant in Qishm Island, and it's an island with a significant population. But Iran has warned that if this continues, it's going to target desalination plants in occupied Palestine and on the other side of the Persian Gulf, because all of them are complicit in this war. They're all a part of a broad coalition. The Israeli regime, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, they're all in the same camp. So the Americans and the Israelis coordinate all their strikes. When they bomb demonstrations in different cities, when they bomb people who are on the streets waving flags, it's done in coordination. They're completely coordinated. But the Americans, they do it from these regimes that are family dictatorships. And therefore, Iran will seek revenge in order to prevent it from continuing by striking these regimes in the Persian Gulf and the Israeli regime as well. And Iran has already done this before. So I think Trump recognizes the dangers. When they targeted Iran's gas installations, Iran retaliated immediately and did far greater devastation. Why? To prevent this from continuing. And then Trump backed down and he said, I didn't know anything about it, which is nonsense. They're fully coordinated. He may not know about it because he may have not known about it personally because he was busy playing golf or something, but it's coordinated. And then when they bombed a number of Iranian factories, Iran began striking factories in the Persian Gulf, like the aluminum factories in the Emirates and Bahrain and other facilities. So anything that they do, Iran is going to hit back harder. And that includes oil and gas, of course. So if Trump carries out the threat that he again made yesterday, that he'll destroy all of Iran's key infrastructure, these are crimes against humanity, and no one in the West is complaining about it. No one is saying that this is outrageous, just like no one is saying that it's outrageous to strangle the Cuban people. The elites in the West, whether it's the media, or whether it's the left or the right or the liberal, they're all the same. They're all the same. They may dislike each other, but they're all the same when it comes to empire. So if he does that, if Trump moves to destroy our key infrastructure, Iran will destroy everything. There'll be nothing left.
Revolutionary salute to our brother. Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate that, little soldier. Salute to you.
Left. And if that happens, then the Strait of Hormuz, opening it or closing it really is irrelevant because there will be nothing left to export. So it's really Trump's choice. Iran did not start this war. If you watch Western media, you would not know this. Iran did not start this war. Iran did not murder the leader of any other country. Iran did not begin a war by slaughtering children, which was intentional. The first targets are always very well vetted. There's no chance that this was a mistake, targeting the school in Minab. I saw Human Rights Watch write something about Iran's missiles and saying 4 people in Israel and the Israeli regime were killed, and this is a, I don't know, crime against the humanity someone, I didn't check their previous reports, but someone told me that they haven't even said anything about Minab.
They didn't.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, how disgusting and disgraceful they are, and how openly they are just tools of empire. This is what we're dealing with. So Iran has to be tough. Iran has to be hit back hard, and it will do so. So we'll have to see if they continue. We'll have to see what happens in the coming days. But no doubt, there's no doubt that if they strike Iranian water supplies and other such key assets of the country and infrastructure of the country or desalination plants, then Iran will hit back much harder than they're the first in response.
Pete Hegseth today with General Kane, both of them said that the United States and Israel have reduced the capabilities of Iranian arm production in talking about missiles and drones. And from what we've learned from the IRGC, the new report coming out, because the argument that they were trying to make in this new briefing, they said the reason that the number of missiles and drones are reducing because they're not producing them. That's why it's happening. But from this report, we see the numbers are going up instead of going down. And you see for example, in March 27 or March 11th, we had 33 missiles going to Israel or the Persian Gulf Arab states. Right now it's 40. It's all-time high if you consider that. The number of drones is 63, which both of them are somehow increasing than before. And they're not providing even accurate information because there is nothing on the part. Nobody's reporting what the Iranian part is talking about. For these reports from IRGC, the real number of what's going on, what they're firing at Israel. And is the production of the arms, missiles, and drones happening as we talk? Because my understanding is they're producing 24/7. Is that the case?
Yes, they are producing 24/7, and also they've been making and creating these missiles and drones for 20 years now. They can, and most of the underground bases have not been used yet. They're waiting for orders. Iran is only using known missile bases so that the others can be used and remain secret and then be used when the time comes. So, I mean, they were saying this on day 3 and day 4. And during the first week, they brought those charts and they kept showing how they were decreasing by the day in numbers. Well, okay, if that's the case, then let's continue this war. It's the Iranian side that has no problem with continuing the war. The Trump regime wants out. So the Iranians are saying, come and invade. And we're waiting for you because the Iranians want them to attack. The Iranians want to land attack. They want this war to go on because they want to give the Trump regime a punishing response so that this will never happen again. It's not that Iran wants war. It's the fact that Iran wants to make this the last war. It wants to make sure that the United States does not come back in a year or 6 months or a year and a half or 2 years to threaten the country or to strike the country again. So he can say all he wants on television, but the Iranians are saying, let's go on, let's continue with this war. And come on in, invade the country, take our islands, take our territory. We're waiting for you. We'll give you tributes, we'll give you gifts. So come in. It's all nonsense. He knows it, everyone knows it, the media knows it. The media that opposes Trump is now speaking critically, not because they're any different from him. They're the same. But things are not looking good, and they want their revenge on Trump. And they know that this is going downhill for the United States because the energy crisis is just beginning to be felt, Nima. And this is sad. I mean, I don't want the world, and no one in Iran wants the world to suffer the consequences. But there is no option left for us. This oil, this LNG, these fertilizers are coming from countries that are family dictatorships and that host US forces and facilitate the attacks on Iran. And then they stand back and say we're neutral, and they moan and groan about Iran's retaliation. This has to come to an end. And it can come to an end if these countries expel the United States and say we will no longer allow our territories to be used, then they will have gone a long way to ending this situation. But in any case, Iran is not going to allow the United States to use the Persian Gulf in future as a platform to attack Iran. And Iran is going to be unforgiving to these regimes. They will have to pay full compensation to Iran for the crimes that they've committed and continue to commit against the Iranian people. Every one of these poultry farms, every one of these pharmaceutical farms, every woman that is murdered on the streets by these missiles, they're going to have to pay for it.
The other dimension of the war is the economic war and the way that Donald Trump is trying to manipulate the market in each and every Monday or Friday or Sunday. He's trying to put something out to manipulate the market. But the market right now, this week, we've seen the market doesn't that much consider, doesn't, see what Donald Trump is talking about because they see the manipulation of the president of the United States. But accepting what has happened so far, this manipulation for Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, they're making a lot of money about these manipulations. And on the other hand, we have a new player in this game, Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, the head of the parliament in Iran, who came to the scene by giving Americans, providing investment advisory service for the U.S. financial markets, which was somehow blasting on X. How do you understand the way that Iran is confronting the United States on each and every front?
Well, I'm told I've read that that Dr. Ghalibaf's tweet turned out to be right.
Yeah.
And those who followed his advice made the right move. And the fact is that the entire political elite in the United States is utterly corrupt. And they are doing insider trading. Now, those who are close to the center of power, of course, make more money. But Trump's opponents, as Trump's ship sinks, they're going to target people around Trump. They won't target their own people, but they'll increasingly target people around Trump for insider trading. Not because they are against corruption, but because the ship is sinking, this is not working, and they'd like to blame Trump for it. Not because for humanitarian reasons, not because they are decent people, but because it's politically the right thing for them to do. But Dr. Ghalibaf's tweet, I think people should follow him. They should definitely follow him. And he's statements that he makes that he's been making about the battlefield and the future of the war, I think are important to take into consideration. People know him less but he's also very important, especially because he used to be a senior general in the armed forces, and he's had important jobs throughout the last few decades.
The Telegraph reported thousands of flights canceled as jet fuel costs soar, and Donald Trump is trying to put pressure on the United Kingdom, for example, to you have to buy it from us or join the war against Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. And what is your assessment, Professor Marandi, on Europeans' position so far? They said, we know that they're trying to do everything to defend Israel. But on the other hand, they're not willing to join in the Strait of, so far from what we've learned, is they said, this is not our war. Germany said that, United Kingdom said that, we have Spain having a very bold sort of stance on what's going on in the Middle East. We had Italy the same way. French, today Donald Trump was tweeting and was, posting that the French is not cooperating with them to use their airspace. What is happening in the mind of Europeans? Because it seems that after all, they see the long-term strategy somehow. I don't know, what is your take on that? What do you make of it?
Well, I'm talking about their elites, not European ordinary people, but these European elites are like rats who see that the ship is sinking. They're in a lot of trouble already as it is. I mean, the Ukraine war has depleted their resources, and of course, foolish policies even before then of the EU. Well, EU policies have pushed them in this direction, but the EU is not in a position to wage war against Iran. They are already losing the war in Ukraine, and they've emptied their pockets. They're entering a long European winter, and it may last for many years and decades. So they understand where things are going, and increasingly in the United States, people understand where things are going. And by the way, the fact that Trump is now saying that they may discontinue this war and leave the Strait of Hormuz as it is, no one in Iran believes that. The belief here is that he is preparing to launch the ground offensive, and the evidence indicates that. So this is all about manipulating the market, as you said earlier. It is widely believed that an assault on Iran is imminent. And despite the fact that we all hate war, they started this war, but the belief is that this is necessary. We have to go through this next stage to make sure that this never happens again. Allow AWACS a picture of it destroyed, that was hit by a drone. From what I've read in Iranian sources and Iranian media, it was a drone that struck it. And this shows how vulnerable the United States is. It's not like some hypersonic missile went and destroyed it. It's a inexpensive drone that went and destroyed a key U.S. Airplane that is vital, especially now that all their radar installations, except for the one in Turkey, which Iran won't strike because of the relationship with Turkey, but Turkey continues to allow AWACS jets to fly over its airspace and gather intelligence against Iran. Anyway, but these Arab regimes are detached from reality. From the very beginning, they were hoping that the United States would destroy key Iranian infrastructure, murder key Iranian leaders, and that Iran would capitulate. They're just proxies of the United States. They don't have much agency. I'm not saying they're all identical, and they're, but when Trump says that Mohammed in public, says that Mohammed bin Salman has to kiss him wherever, it just shows the nature of the relationship. So it's not as if Mohammed bin Salman convinces Trump to do something. Trump is in a commanding position in this relationship. So what he says is, I think is probably going to be in line with Trumpian thinking, whatever that may be, because it changes from minute to minute. So these regimes they are neither stable, their leaders are not very bright. Mohammed bin Zayed is not a very bright person. He's not a very smart person. I know some of the people around him. I've met them many times. I don't want to humiliate them here by naming them. They're well-known people. I spent lots of time with at least two of them. They're not very smart. They live in their alternative universe, and because they have so much, they've accumulated so much wealth for themselves, and they give lots of handouts to. One of the things first of all, we all know that the Wahhabism, for example, and the extremism and this Takfiri ideology has been funded by these regimes. Saudi Arabia and Qatar in particular. In recent years, Qatar has done more than anyone else, but in the past, it's historically been Saudi Arabia that leads through these massive networks of religious centers that they have, media outlets that they have, and none of them work independent of the empire. All of them are in full coordination with the empire. The Emirates, everything that it does in Yemen or in Sudan, in Somalia, it's done in coordination with the Israeli regime. There may be differences in their policies with one another, but they're all in the Western camp. That's how Wahhabism was spread through extremist groups in Afghanistan and Syria and Iraq and Libya and elsewhere. They use it. They use these terrorists, Qatar especially, helped fund these terrorists, and sadly, the Erdogan people to bring down the Libyan government. Syria is more famous instance because it took so long for the West and the United States to bring it down and install a puppet regime, but Libya came first. So they are not independent actors. They may be affiliated to different people in the West, in the United States. Their lobbies are not the same. And the Emirates lobby they have a certain sector of people in the United States that lobby for them. They fund them, they promote them, think tanks, centers at universities. Qatar has a different set of people. Often they're in conflict with each other. But at the end of the day, none of them work outside the realm of the U.S. camp.
Yeah, Netanyahu says that he wants to make some sort of coalition, some sort of alliance with Arab states in the region to go against acts of resistance. I think it's somehow so, when it comes to this sort of a strategy on his part, it's so delusional, because who's gonna be the army? The people of these countries are totally against what's going on in Gaza, against what's going on with this new war. So it seems that as though, if the leadership is agreeing with Netanyahu, he assumes that the people, the public opinion favors him. Does he know? Do they have? Because they say Mossad is so powerful, Mossad doing this and that. How powerful are they to understand the reality of the Middle East?
Well, we're told that it was the head of Mossad that convinced the United States to get involved in this war, and that Iran would immediately collapse. They mythologize their own capabilities. Iran has been fighting for over a month now, against this huge coalition. Some are directly involved, like these dictatorships. Some are less involved, but still involved, like the regime in Baku or Erdogan in Turkey. Some are indirectly involved because they're firmly in the U.S. camp, like the Europeans. They don't want to get involved militarily because they know it will hurt them more, and they're already in deep trouble. But they still antagonize Iran. They still work against Iran. They still impose maximum pressure against ordinary Iranians and use sanctions to target everyone in Iran. You know, there was I wish I had looked this up before coming on your show. There's this report that says, I'm going to get it wrong, but that over the last 50 years, U.S. sanctions across the world have killed like 37 million people. I tweeted it, I think, yesterday. But you know, this is you know what we're dealing with. It's the United States has a series of countries that are its allies and its proxies, and they all work together. So in the case of Iran, they're all working together against the country. All of the Israeli analysts, the Israeli regime analysts, U.S. analysts, they all got it wrong. They all got it wrong. So their knowledge of Iran is very limited. Some say, well, why are they effective in carrying out assassinations? That's what they do. They're good at it. They, you know, just like they've been assassinating since Kennedy. So, you know, they have a history of when they can assassinate the U.S. president, then obviously, and get away with it, then obviously, you know, that is their specialty. But still, they haven't been able to deter Iran. They haven't been able to weaken Iran. Iran continues to fight, continues to hold its ground against this huge coalition alongside its allies in Lebanon, in Iraq, and in Yemen. And you're absolutely correct. When Netanyahu speaks about this coalition that he wants to build, he's basically humiliating Mohammed bin Salman and the others, just as Trump did, because people hate them. People do not support the West and these regimes in their war against Iran. Look at the comment section in Al Jazeera Arabic and in media outlets. People across the Arab world are supporting Iran. People across the global South are supporting Iran. A substantial number of people in the West are supporting the Islamic Republic of Iran and the axis of resistance, despite the mainstream media, despite the takfiris doing their best to slander the Iranians and you know, they're all working overtime, but it's not working.
Professor Marandi, I know that in the parliament, one of the members of the parliament in Iran was talking about NPT. What would be the Iran's policy if the NPT is not capable? Not only NPT, we had Lavrov talking about international law is not respected by the president of the United States because they're attacking hospitals, schools in Iran, and it doesn't seem that the president of the United States cares about international law. And when it comes to these international institutions who are not protecting, for example, the main objective of NPT, for example, is to protect, IAEA is to protect Iran because they're part of, you know, NPT. But they're going against Iran instead of protecting Iran. What is happening in Iran when it comes to NPT, these international institutions, which is supposed to be important?
Sorry for interrupting. I think you're alluding to Dr. Burujerdi, right? He said that a couple of days ago. Yes, actually, I saw him 2-3 nights ago, and we spoke about this. That's increasingly becoming the consensus in Iran that we should leave the NPT, not because we want to build a nuclear weapon, but we want to protect our vital infrastructure so that they can't bomb it in future. If they have access and they're going to give that material, that knowledge, that information to the United States so that it could, at some point in the future, attack. So the Iranians are saying they bomb us, they murder us, they sanction us. We have nothing to lose. They're waging war against us. So let's leave the NPT and build our own infrastructure where they can never find it. And it's not very difficult. I think Professor Posel on your program and elsewhere has explained how Iran, how technologically advanced it is, Iran, and how easy it is for Iran with the new technologies. I mean, the world is changing, Nima, by the hour. You have AI now, you have swift advances in the new technologies. So for Iran, it's not like before where you had to have these huge centrifuges, like the IR-1s. And now you have much more advanced centrifuges. You can enrich uranium and do many other things. I mean, the nuclear industry. I mean, the cancer patients in Iran need. And by the way, one of the pharmaceutical companies that were bombed, they were producing cancer medicine for cancer patients. But the nuclear industry is very broad and very important for the country. So there is serious talk. I've been saying this for years now, but it's becoming I mean, when Dr. Bourjerdi says this, he's pretty high up in parliament, and I think the sentiments are there. And of course, the question is, what leverage does the West have against Iran? They've done everything. They've been slaughtering women on the streets of Tehran. They've been slaughtering, and of course, without any complaints in the West or by Human Rights Watch, which instead attacks Iran. But I think that's the direction we may be going in.
Yeah. You've mentioned the case of Lebanon. Lebanon is right now fighting the way that the Israeli, the head of IDF says that they are on the verge of collapse because of, significant casualties that are happening in southern part of Lebanon. Not casualties, they have, their tanks being destroyed by Lebanon and the acts of resistance, Hezbollah in Lebanon. On the other hand, you see they're trying to put pressure on the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon, Professor Merendi.
They murdered, I think, in 2 attacks, they've murdered 10 Iranian diplomats. Has the UN said anything about it? Have Western diplomats in Lebanon said anything about it? No, they don't care.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sort of, pressure on Hezbollah, because the whole game is to put pressure on Hezbollah, when it comes to the Iranian ambassador, when it comes to other political moves. Hezbollah is coming out, for many people are somehow surprised how prepared was Hezbollah and how they're somehow participating in this war. Do you think that Hezbollah is finding itself in a new position, which would be, many people were arguing after the assassination of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, they said these people who are now the head of Hezbollah, they were fighting on the battlefield. Right now, they're commanders in Hezbollah, they're decision makers in Hezbollah. Is that the case?
Well, we've been discussing this for a year now. After the ceasefire in Lebanon, the narrative in the West was that Hezbollah is a diminished force, even though the Israeli regime was unable to take any territory. It was only after the ceasefire, because the Lebanese government is an agent of the West, and the regimes in the Persian Gulf and Western governments together combined forced this government to be formed, and it is not supportive of the resistance at all, even though the majority of Lebanese, according to polls and according to elections that take place in Lebanon, support the resistance. So, they are able to manipulate politics in Lebanon to get an anti-resistance government in power every time. And this is probably the most anti-resistance government that we've ever seen so far in action. So despite all that, and so they said Hezbollah, so under them, they allowed the Israelis to come forward after the ceasefire. They refused to protect the South and allowed the Israeli regime to come in. And as you and I remember, and everyone else remembers, they were constantly saying Hezbollah is a diminished force. And I would always say that that's not the case. And Hezbollah is a powerful force, and it has been heroic. It entered the fight in order to protect Gaza, in order to draw away forces from Gaza so that fewer children would be massacred. They sacrificed their own children. They sacrificed their own men and women. And the Takfiris were gloating. I mean, the Takfiris and many in the West were gloating about Hezbollah. That, like they wanted to believe they failed, because the Takfiris are no different from the Zionists. They're all a part of this broader camp. They're funded. They're created. They're trained in centers that are funded by Qatar and the Emirates and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and the Bahraini regime and so on, and sadly in places which are controlled by Erdogan. But that turned out to be false, and our assessments were true, just like our assessments about Iran were true. We were sure that when this war was ultimately waged, that they would fail, and we said that all this would happen. But they believe in their own propaganda. I mean, propaganda is it's fine. They can, the Takfiris and the Zionists and the West can use all the anti-Iranian propaganda that they want, but they should be careful not to believe their own propaganda, because they formulate policies that that fail. They hit brick walls all the time, and they wonder why. They should learn about the resistance. They should learn from sources close to the resistance. Of course, they should learn from people from close to Hezbollah to understand why Hezbollah is so powerful. Why is it that they are so steadfast? Why is it that they are so unique in the world that we live in? Being located right beside the Israeli regime, but being willing to make sacrifices, not just to defend their own land, but to defend the Palestinian people. And as I said, their assessment of Iran is always wrong, just like their assessment of Yemen has always been wrong. They always ridiculed Yemen. But then when the Americans launched a war against Yemen, we saw that Yemen had the upper hand. The same is true in Iraq. And, I just said this on another program a while back. Some of these analysts, a couple of very good analysts wrote a book about Iran a decade ago. Flint and Hillary Leverett. They worked in the White House. Flint was Catholic, Hillary, Jewish. They met in the White House, actually, and they married there. So they worked at the center of power. He was the head of the Middle East for the National Security Council under Condoleezza Rice. He resigned over the Iraq War, and she was the head of the Persian Gulf. So they knew this region. After they left, they wrote a book, Going to Tehran, which is a very good book, actually. I don't agree with everything in it, but if there's one book I'd advise about Iran that I'd advise people to read, is this book. And they were saying that we should go to Tehran and solve our problems. And they dealt with many of the myths about Iran. Well, if they had, these two people were humiliated. Well, I don't know if that's the right word. They're dignified people. They tried to humiliate them. They were marginalized. They were, ridiculed. But if these analysts and the people of influence in Washington had actually read their book and read it objectively, and refrained from listening to Zionists and Wahhabi and Takfiri, Salafi propaganda promoted by these dictatorships in the Persian Gulf region, then we would not be in this war today. The nature of the relationship would have been completely different. Probably by now there would have been political relations between Iran and the United States. If people had just read the book. I advise your viewers to buy the book, to read the book. It's a few years old, but I think it's still, again, I'm not saying everything in it I agree with, but I think it's probably a very good source for people to begin trying to understand the politics of Iran and its foreign policy and its relationship with the United States. And but in the United States, people who talk sense, they are swiftly cast aside as apologists for the regime, or even though they have nothing to do with Iran.
This is the reality, Professor Marani. It's not just about Iran. It's about Russia, Iran, China. Whoever hates these countries is the expert in Washington to advise the government, to advise, the decision makers, which was hugely, destructive to what has happened so far in both in Russia and Iran right now. And there is no learning curve, Professor Marandi.
No.
It goes flat.
No. Not at all. Zero. It's nothing has changed. I think change is going to be forced upon the Trump regime and the regime in Washington after this war. But it's not because they become because they've suddenly seen the light. It's because the reality on the ground is going to change.
Professor Marandi, one of the important points for Iran when considering today's war, because we know the death and destruction that is happening in Iran. In Iran, one of the points that Iran is talking about is reparation. They have to pay for that. One of the practical ways of receiving that is the Strait of Hormuz. Is Iran going to charge all of these countries who participated or somehow cooperated with the United States during, this war on Iran using the Strait of Hormuz, receiving the money, putting some sort of new line in the way that they're put, they charge these countries?
Yes, I think that is a decision that has been made. And it's not just about receiving reparations for the enormous damage that they continue to inflict on our country. I mean, every day they're bombing us. This morning, they bombed us. This afternoon, they bombed us. Last night, they bombed us in Tehran and in other cities. And they're doing it all the time. As I said, they're targeting farming. They're targeting everything. Pharmaceutical companies, factories, universities. They're targeting key industrial factories for the country's future.
Basically, food production. Yeah, we've seen.
Yeah,
that.
Exactly. They're targeting everything. So every day, the price goes up. They're going to pay for this, no doubt. But it's not just about reparations. It is also about changing the facts on the ground. Iran will use the leverage that it has to make sure that these countries are no longer a platform for Western military bases to carry out death and destruction and slaughter in Iran or anywhere else. Because they've used those bases against Yemen, they've used all the crimes he committed. And these regimes were supporting Saddam Hussein. But when the United States invaded Iraq, Iran was the only country that opposed it. I was a part of the anti-war movement in the UK. I was a student there. I was in those protests, especially the huge one in London. Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah spoke out against it very openly and very clearly. But these regimes provided the platform for the United States. Iran they want to have political economic relations. Fine. Who cares? No one here cares. Except for Israel, the Israeli regime. But if they want to host bases so that those bases can be used against Iran or others and its allies in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is that leverage that.
Yeah, it seems we have some sort of problem with Professor Marandi's connection. Yeah. Yeah, it seems that. Can you hear me, Professor Marandi? Yeah. It seems that the Let me just check it out. If he's connected. Yeah, he's out. And he's going to get back just in a minute. I think he's going to be back just a minute. Yeah. I think what Iran has learned so far from the war is how important is Iraq and the neighborhood. Yeah, Professor Randy is back.
Sorry about that. That's how it is these days.
Yeah.
What was they saying when I got cut off?
You were mentioning Iraq and the war in Iraq, how they opposed the war in Iraq. Iran and Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah all together opposed the war in Iraq.
But these regimes, these are family dictatorships, they hosted U.S. forces to and constructive at all. Right? The sort of against Iran, others to happen in future, the Strait of Hormuz is rich.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
Yeah. It seems we have the problem. We still have the problem with the connection, Professor Randy.
Okay, you couldn't hear me?
Yeah, no, we couldn't hear you. We couldn't hear your response. And then
let me hear what. Let me.
Geopolitical trends where truth matters. Here is what's going on. I'm going to share a picture here and we're going to get into our conversation. You have a Saudi prince who's sitting in silence now because the president of the United States just humiliated him in front of his own people. And while the Gulf states held its breath, missiles were already fired in the air over Israel. In 48 hours, or literally 48 hours, the Middle East changed forever. And some saw it coming, others didn't. And this is what I'm going to be addressing for you in this live stream here. I provide you my own analysis about the conversion of the combined events, the Houthis missiles, and the humiliation of the Saudi prince, and why the Saudi Arabia is staying mum and quiet about it. So, because this one is looked at as a diplomatic earthquake that now struck the Gulf, especially when Donald Trump publicly humiliated Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Yeah, publicly. I mean, I'm not going to repeat on the air what Donald Trump, because the language was even vulgar for a head of state to even be talking that kind of street talk. It's not something to be proud of. But at the same time, what happened, just for you to know, and I'm going to be playing a clip for you regarding this entire event. What happened is that when the when Trump publicly humiliated the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, it was at a Saudi-funded event in Miami that just took place 48 hours ago. And that exposing the raw power imbalance now beneath the U.S. Gulf Alliance. I'm going to conclude. Please make sure to stay with me till the end, because I'm going to conclude with an excerpt from my Saudi book, which I talked about this specific point in the future, back then when I wrote the book. So simultaneously, while this happening in Miami and the insults from Donald Trump, Ansarullah or Houthis escalated their military campaign by launching at the Negev area, launching ballistic missiles and drones towards southern Israel. And by the way, they targeted, and it was confirmed, they targeted sites near Beersheba, and vowing to continue strikes until resistance front goes silent. Now, when you take these two events, you have two events, you have one verbal, in other words, one word coming out, and you have one military. events, all of them, when you combine them, they reveal the deepening fractured in Middle Eastern geopolitics as we speak. It also reflects the vulnerability of the American alliances. And of course, it also reflects the rising boldness of non-state actors reshaping the region's future. And this is exactly why I found it very important for you to understand that how cowardly the Saudis were. They have no more dignity whatsoever. And at the same time, why should we be surprised? Because this is a reflection of some other Muslim leaders, that what happened in Gaza, for example, where is the dignity of those so-called Muslims? Why they didn't step forward to sort of tell the Americans, hey, you need to tell Israel to stop this humanitarian catastrophe? Where were they? And here it is, the prince being insulted, they couldn't say a word. And this is where you have to think about. Here is how, and I'm going to play the clip in its entirety and do the translation for you. But to me, it was revealing that the Saudi crown prince smiled. And it was another prince who attended the event. The Saudi prince smiled through an insult that would have toppled lesser men. This is what I say. No more dignity in some Arab Muslim countries. Thousands of miles away. At the same time, Houthis, Ansarullah, which showed the courage that no other Muslim or Arab country showed except for Iran, what is doing right now. Streak towards the Israeli Negev. And that's why I'm saying 2 events, 2 continents, but 1 message. The old Middle East or West Asia is gone. And what replaces it might be far more dangerous what anybody has thought of. So, I'm going to share 1 clip first. The way I want to do this time around, just to give you a layout how I'm going to do this. I'm going to play just a short clip here to highlight to you what I'm going to be addressing tomorrow. Major event happened. I can't just throw everything all at once for you. So I'm going to show you a clip. And tomorrow I'm going to do the detail of this particular operation. Then I'll play the clip where this insults about the Saudis and the Houthis. I'll provide my own brief analysis and conclude with an excerpt from my book, but also with 2 other clips that I've always been doing for you at the same time. So here is the clip that I want you to take a look at. And by the way, I'm going to keep it muted because there's a soundtrack and I don't want to play that one. And this one, by the way, this one is the U.S. soldiers being captured. Iranian forces seized U.S. troops and dragged them to a military headquarters. Let's take a look. Now, some say, well, this is fake. Maybe, maybe not. But the other 8-minute video that I came across revealed to me that it happened. Okay, I'm gonna stop this one right here. Let me get back on the screen. And this is again where I'm gonna be doing this tomorrow, because here is what happened for the clip that I am gonna share with you. The IRGC announced the targeting of an Israeli vessel and a U.S. Marine Infantry center during the 88th wave of True Promise 4. And I only got a picture for you because I don't want to show everything. And tomorrow, I'm going to play it for you in detail with the translation. This is exactly what happened as of the last 24 hours. And I wanted to just let you know about it. Now, let's do the clip that I'm going to be doing the translation from. And then we'll move on with my own analysis later on. As we okay, here is the clip. Let me extend it here all the way. Okay, where is that one? There we go. All right, let's play it.
نحن اليوم في 29 من مارس عام 2026. اليوم الذي أيقن فيه القريب والبعيد أننا لا نعيش حربا عادية، بل نعيش إعادة تشكيل لهذا الكوكب. من كان يتخيل، من كان يصدق أننا سنصل إلى اللحظة التي يخرج فيها سيد البيت الأبيض دونالد ترامب ليس ليتحدث عن الدبلوماسية، بل ليهين حلفائه بكلمات تقشعر لها الأبدان.
Today is March 29th, 2026, the day when everyone, near and far, realized that we are not merely living through an ordinary war, but rather witnessing a complete reshaping of this planet. Who could have imagined, who would have believed that we would reach a moment where the master of the White House, Donald Trump, stepped forward not to speak of diplomacy, but to humiliate his allies with words that send shivers down the spine.
ومن كان يظن أن جبهة اليمن، تلك الجبهة التي حاولوا إخمادها لسنوات، ستكون هي الرقم الصعب الذي يطلق صواريخه اليوم لتدق أبواب النقب وتغير معادلات الصراع كلياً. أعزائي، في هذه التغطية سأكشف لكم المستور، سأقرأ
And who would have thought that the Yemeni front, that very front they tried to extinguish for years, will emerge as the formidable force, launching its missiles today to knock on the doors of the Negev and fundamentally alter the equations of the conflict. My dear viewers, in this coverage, I will pull back the curtains on what remained hidden.
معكم ما بين سطور خطاب الفضائح لترامب. سأشرح لكم لماذا تظاهر الملايين في أمريكا تحت شعار لا للملوك، ولماذا يرتجف قادة الاحتلال الآن من ورقة باب المندب. ابقوا معي، فما سأقوله الآن قد لا تسمعوه في أي مكان آخر بهذا الوضوح.
I will read with you between the lines of Trump's scandal-laden speech. I will explain to you why millions in America took to the streets to protest under the slogan, "No to Kings," and why the leaders of the occupation are now trembling over the Bab el-Mandeb card. Stay with me, for what I am about to tell you now, with such clarity, you may not hear anywhere else.
دعونا نبدأ بالقنبلة التي فجرها ترامب في ميامي. تخيلوا، مؤتمر سعودي، أموال سعودية، ومبادرة مستقبل الاستثمار التي يرأسها ياسر الرميان. يقف ترامب بكل عنجهية ليقول للعالم: أنا لا أعرف حتى لقب هذا الرجل، أعرفه فقط لأن لديه الكثير من الكاش. هل هذه لغة حلفاء؟ هل هذه لغة شركاء؟ لا يا سادة، هذه لغة البلطجة السياسية.
Let us begin with the bombshell Trump detonated in Miami. Just imagine a Saudi conference, Saudi money, and the future investment initiatives chaired by Yasser al-Rumayyan. There stands Trump with utter arrogance, telling the world, and I quote, "I don't even know this man's name. I know him only because he has a lot of cash." Is this the language of allies? Is this the language of partners? No, gentlemen, this is the language of political thuggery.
لكن الإهانة لم تتوقف هنا. ترامب لم يكتفي بالمال، بل ذهب ليضرب في الصميم. تحدث عن ولي العهد السعودي بكلمات لا تخرج من لسان رئيس يحترم بروتوكولا. استخدم مصطلحات سوقية ليصف كيف أن الحلفاء الذين انتقدوه في عهد بايدن عادوا إليه صاغرين لأنهم يحتاجون حمايته.
Yet the humiliation did not stop there. Trump was not content with merely targeting their wealth. He went straight for the jugular. He spoke of the Saudi crown prince using words that will never cross the lips of a president who respects diplomatic protocol. He employed crude marketplace terminology to describe how the very allies who had criticized him during the Biden era came crawling back to him in submission because they were in need of his protection.
يقول لهم ترامب بوضوح: لقد أنقذتكم من القصف الإيراني، لقد كانوا سيضربونكم بالنووي لولا وجودي. وهنا السؤال الذي يطرح نفسه: هل يبيع ترامب الوهم للحلفاء أم أنه يبتزهم علنا؟
Trump tells them in no uncertain terms, I saved you from Iranian bombardments. They would have struck you with nuclear weapons were it not for my presence. And here the question begs to be asked: is he selling? Is Trump merely an illusion for his allies, or is he openly blackmailing them?
الرجل ورط الخليج رسميا، خرج ليقول: قطر تحارب معنا، السعودية تحارب معنا، الإمارات والبحرين في خندقنا. هو لا يقول إنهم يفتحون القواعد فقط، بل يقول إنهم شركاء في الدم. هل سأل ترامب شعوب هذه الدول إن كانوا يريدون الانخراط في محرقة ضد إيران؟ هل سأل عن أمن دبي التي يتحدث الحرس الثوري الآن عن استهداف مخابئ فيها؟ هذا
The man has officially entangled the Gulf states. He stepped forward to declare that Qatar fights alongside us, Saudi Arabia fights alongside us, and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain stand in our trench. He does not merely state that they provide access to military bases. Rather, he asserts that they are partners in blood. Did Trump ever ask the people of these nations whether they wish to be drawn into conflagration against Iran? Has anyone inquired about the security of Dubai, a city whose safe havens the IRGC is now openly threatening as a target?
الخطاب هو فضيحة القرن، هو إعلان صريح بأن أمن المنطقة القومي أصبح مجرد ورقة في مكتب ترامب البيضاوي يحركها كيفما يشاء مقابل الكاش والمصالح الانتخابية. وبينما ترامب يوزع الإهانات يمينا ويسارا، جاء الخبر اليقين من الجنوب، من اليمن، الذي أثبت اليوم أنه الرقم الصعب.
This rhetoric constitutes the scandal of the century. It is an explicit declaration that the region's national security has been reduced to a mere bargaining chip on Donald Trump's Oval Office desk, one he manipulates at will in exchange for cash and electoral gain. Yet, while Trump was hurling insults left and right, the definitive news arrived from the south, from Yemen, which proved today that it is a force to be reckoned with.
اليوم المتحدث باسم القوات المسلحة اليمنية يحيى سريع أعلنها صراحة: نفذنا العملية العسكرية الأولى بدفعة صواريخ باليستية ومجنحة باتجاه جنوب فلسطين المحتلة. انتبهوا للغة التوقيت، إيران تركت ورقة اليمن ليوم الحسم.
Today, Yahya Sari', the spokesperson for the Yemeni armed forces, declared unequivocally, and I quote, "We have executed our first military operation, launching a salvo of ballistic and cruise missiles towards occupied southern Palestine." End of quote. Pay close attention to the language and the timing. Iran has held the Yemen card in reserve for the decisive moment.
واليوم مع دخول الحرب شهرها الثاني قرر اليمنيون الانضمام رسميا. الصواريخ لم تعد مجرد تهديد، بل وصلت إلى النقب. صفارات الإنذار دوت في أرجاء الكيان، ولكن ما هو الأخطر من الصاروخ؟ الأخطر هو باب المندب.
She is a Holocaust survivor who has seen far more evil than any human being should.
And today, as the conflicts enter into second month, the Yemenis have decided to officially enter the fray. Missiles are no longer merely a threat. They have now reached the Negev. Air raid sirens blared across the entire entity, meaning across Israel. But what is even more dangerous than the missiles, what is truly more dangerous, is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
المستشارون في وزارة الدفاع اليمنية قالوا حرفيا: سنستخدم ورقة باب المندب كما استخدمناها سابقا، وسنمنع السفن الإسرائيلية والأمريكية من العبور.
Advisors within the Yemeni Ministry of Defense stated verbatim that they will play the Bab al-Mandab card just as they have done in the past, and that they would block Israeli and American vessels from passing through.
تخيلوا معي مضيق هرمز مشتعل وباب المندب سيغلق. ما الذي سيبقى من التجارة العالمية؟ ما الذي سيبقى من أسعار النفط؟ ترامب الذي يتفاخر بقوته وجد نفسه عاجزا عن حماية مسارات الملاحة، حتى إنه توسل للصين للتدخل عسكريا، لكن الصين تركت المجنون يغرق في مستنقعه وحده. اليمن اليوم لم يعد مجرد طرف يدافع عن نفسه، بل أصبح المطرقة التي تدق رأس المشروع الأمريكي الإسرائيلي من الخلف.
Imagine with me, the Strait of Hormuz is ablaze and the Bab al-Mandab Strait is about to be sealed off. What then will remain of global trade? What will become of oil prices? Trump, who boasts of his strength, has found himself powerless to protect vital shipping lanes. He even went so far as to beg China to intervene militarily. Yet China left the madman to drown in his own quagmire all alone. Today, Yemen is no longer merely a party defending itself. It has become the hammer striking the American-Israeli project from behind.
وهذا ما يجعل قادة الاحتلال يعيشون ليلة سوداء، لأنهم يعلمون أن الضربة القاضية قد تأتي من حيث لا يحتسبون. لكن هل ترامب مرتاح في بيته؟ هل أمريكا خلفه؟ الجواب هو لا كبيرة جدا.
This is precisely why the leaders of the occupation live in a constant dread, enduring the dark night, for they know that the knockout blow may well come from the very quarter they least expect. But is Trump resting easy in his home? Does he have America standing firmly behind him? The answer is a resounding no.
انظروا إلى الشوارع، أكثر من 3000 مظاهرة في يوم واحد. الملايين يصرخون لا للملوك. الشعب الأمريكي بدأ يدرك أن ترامب يتصرف كالملك لا كرئيس. المواطن الأمريكي الذي كان يدفع $2 للجالون أصبح يدفع أضعافا مضاعفة بسبب الحرب على إيران. الأسعار تشتعل والمواد الغذائية تختفي، والشباب الأمريكي يتم شحنهم في البوارج مثل USS تريبولي ليموتوا في صحارى الشرق الأوسط من أجل أهداف غير واضحة.
Look at the streets, more than 3,000 demonstrations in a single day, with millions shouting, no to kings. The American people have begun to realize that Trump is behaving like a monarch, not a president. The average American citizen who once paid $2 per gallon is now paying multiple of that amount, all because of the war against Iran. Prices are skyrocketing. Food supplies are vanishing, and American youth are being shipped off on warships such as the USS Tripoli to die in the deserts of the Middle East for the sake of ill-defined objectives.
الناس في واشنطن لم تعد تطالب بوقف الحرب فقط، بل تطالب باعتقال ترامب وستيفن ميلر. المواجهات في دالاس تنذر بحرب أهلية داخلية. أمريكا اليوم منقسمة كما لم تنقسم من قبل، والانتخابات النصفية على الأبواب.
The people in Washington are no longer merely demanding an end to the war. They are demanding the arrest of both Trump and Stephen Miller. The confrontations in Dallas portend an internal civil conflict. America today is more divided than it has ever been before, and the midterm elections are just around the corner.
كل قطرة دم تسيل في قاعدة الأمير سلطان تتحول إلى مسمار في نعش ترامب السياسي. الشعب الأمريكي يقول نريد خبزا لا نريد دما، وهو يرد عليهم ب3500 هدف يريد تدميرها في إيران. جنون العظمة سيحطم أمريكا قبل أن يحطم خصومها.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund.
Every drop of blood spilled at the Prince Sultan Air Base becomes another nail in the coffin of Trump's political career. The American people cry out, "We want bread, not blood." Yet he answers them with the list of 3,500 targets he intends to destroy within Iran. This megalomania will shatter America long before it shatters its adversaries.
أعزائي، نحن أمام منزلق خطير. المنطقة تجر إلى حرب شاملة، والخليج يغرق خطوة بخطوة في سيناريو كتبته إسرائيل. إيران تقول إنها قادرة على إظلام المنطقة، وترامب يقول إنه سيحمي الجميع مقابل الكاش، واليمن يقلب الطاولة.
My friend, we stand on the brink of a dangerous precipice. The region is being dragged into an all-out war, and the Gulf is sinking step by step into a scenario scripted by Israel. Iran claimed it has the power to plunge the entire region into darkness, while Trump asserts he will protect everyone, but only in exchange for cash. Meanwhile, Yemen is turning the tables.
ولكن هل توقف الأمر عند الصواريخ؟ لا يا سادة، الحقيقة أخطر بكثير مما تنقله شاشات الأخبار التقليدية. المعلومات المسربة من أروقة البنتاغون والتي أكدتها صور الأقمار الصناعية لشركة بلانيت لابس تكشف عن حجم الكارثة في قاعدة الأمير سلطان.
Yes, did the situation stop at a mere missile strikes? No, ladies and gentlemen, the reality is far more dangerous than what traditional news screens are reporting. Leaked intelligence from the corridors of the Pentagon, corroborated by satellite imagery from Planet Labs, reveals the true scale of the catastrophe at Prince Sultan Air Base.
الهجوم الإيراني الأخير لم يكن مجرد استعراض قوة، بل كان طعنة في الخاصرة اللوجستية للجيش الأمريكي. نحن نتحدث عن إصابة 15 جنديا أمريكيا، 5 منهم في حالة حرجة جدا، والأنباء تتواتر عن تدمير طائرات تزويد بالوقود كانت هي الشريان الذي يغذي المقاتلات الأمريكية في سماء طهران.
The recent Iranian attack was not merely a show of force. It was a dagger thrust into the logistical flank of the US military. We are talking about 15 wounded American soldiers, 5 of whom are in critical conditions. Furthermore, reports are mounting regarding the destruction of aerial refueling tankers, the very lifeline that sustains American fighter jets operating over the skies in Tehran.
هذا الهجوم الذي جاء ضمن عملية الوعد الصادق 4 يثبت أن القواعد الأمريكية في المنطقة لم تعد حصونا منيعة، بل أصبحت أهدافا مكشوفة في مرمى النيران الإيرانية. ومع هذا الغليان العسكري يشتعل العالم اقتصاديا.
This attack, executed as part of Operation True Promise 4, proves that U.S. bases in the region are no longer impregnable fortress. Rather, they have become exposed targets squarely within the crosshairs of Iranian fire. Amidst this military turmoil, the global economy is also catching fire.
هل رأيتم ما حدث لأسعار النفط؟ خام برنت يلامس حاجز $110 للبرميل، وهناك توقعات مرعبة من بنوك عالمية مثل جولدمان ساكس بأن السعر قد يقفز إلى $200 إذا استمر إغلاق مضيق هرمز.
Have you seen what happened to oil prices? Brent crude is brushing against $110 per barrel mark, and global banks such as Goldman Sachs are issuing dire forecasts that prices could skyrocket to $200 per barrel if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed.
العالم يحبس أنفاسه، فتعطل 8 ملايين برميل يوميا يعني ببساطة شللا في أركان الاقتصاد العالمي، من اليابان التي تراجع سلاسل توريدها وصولا إلى تشيلي التي تستعد لرفع أسعار الوقود بنسبة 50%.
The world is holding its breath for a disruption of 8 million barrels per day would quite simply bring the pillars of the global economy to a grinding halt. From Japan, where supply chains are already under strain, all the way to Chile, which is bracing itself to hike fuel prices by about 50%.
وفي خضم هذا الجنون تخرج التسريبات لتقول إن ترامب المهووس بعقد الصفقات أعطى مهلة أخيرة تنتهي في 6 من أبريل قبل استهداف منشآت الطاقة الإيرانية.
And in the midst of this chaos, leaks have emerged suggesting that Trump, ever obsessed with striking deals, has issued a final ultimatum expiring on April 6th before moving to target Iranian energy infrastructure.
لكن هل ينتظر الإيرانيون واليمنيون هذه المهلة؟ الرد جاء ميدانيا، والأسطول الخامس الأمريكي في البحرين أعلن الاستنفار الكامل وتحركت سفنه نحو عرض البحر خوفا من الضربة القاضية التي قد تستهدف منظومات القيادة والتحكم.
But will the Iranian and the Yemenis simply wait around for that deadline to expire? The response came on the ground. The U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain declared a state of a full alert, and its vessels moved out of into the open sea for fear of a knockout blow that could target command and control systems.
نحن لا نتحدث عن حرب في الأفق، نحن في قلب الإعصار. واليوم وبينما يحاول وزراء خارجية المنطقة في اجتماع إسلام آباد البحث عن مخرج، تبدو لغة الرصاص أسرع من لغة الدبلوماسية.
We are not speaking of a war on the horizon. We are in the very eye of the storm. Today, even as the region's foreign ministers meeting in Islamabad attempt to find a way out, the language of bullets appears to be outpacing the language of diplomacy.
ترامب يريد رأس النظام في طهران، وطهران تريد إخراج أمريكا صاغرة من المنطقة، وبين هذا وذاك تضيع مقدرات الشعوب وتسحق عظام الفقراء تحت أقدام العمالقة. نحن اليوم في 9
Trump seeks the head of the regime in Tehran, while Tehran seeks to expel a diminished America from the region. And amidst this standoff, the resources of nations are squandered and the bones of the poor are crushed beneath the feet of the giants. So I'm gonna stop this one right here, and we give credit, by the way, to the TV platform called Min Solb al-Waqi, which translate from the heart of the reality. Very insightful, and that is the reason why I found it very crucial that I do the translation for you for these clips. It's because it touches on topics that, first of all, it's not going to be covered here. Second, Israel, of course, has a media blackout on this kind of information, but this provides you a much broader understanding of really the extent of where this is headed moving forward. I mean, you look at like what I translated earlier, that Trump now is reaching to China, begging China to intervene militarily. Doesn't he understand that is something called, if he ever read the book, the Sang Soo, you let your enemy, defeat itself by itself. What makes him think that the Chinese are going to respond and help him? Second thing, for those Gulf states, that they are the one that put themselves in this situation. And shame of them, because the way I see it is they have no dignity whatsoever. That's what it became clear to me. You tip your hat to the Houthis for really taking stand. I mean, the Saudis are behind the scenes pushing for the continuation of the war. And this is where you see the hypocrisy. It's in Arabic. To those who speak Arabic, you know the term al-munafiq, the hypocrite. And I can't, beyond my abilities to comprehend, how can they pray, they say this God and so forth, and be these hypocrites? I just cannot fathom this kind of reality. You know, but again, it's they can decide whatever they want to do. And this is the reason why I bring you this kind of information, because it becomes my responsibility to ensure that with this massive amount of information that is coming from different directions and the narratives that Washington wants to push, and Brussels and London and Tel Aviv and what have you, there has to be somewhere where this information can be filtered. And I found it very convenient to do it this way to ensure that our community stay informed. If the truth matters to you, hit like, subscribe, and tap that bell. No spin, no agenda, just the stories they don't want you to know. Don't watch from the sideline. Be part of the movement. Your support keeps the truth alive. Thank you. Indeed, thank you for your support, and I highly, highly encourage you to share this video with others and encourage them to subscribe to the channel. I'd like to reach as many people around the world, because it becomes, you know, for me, and I'm not saying it because of the channel, I'm saying it because I've been asking myself, what am I doing here? What is my duty? What is my responsibility? And if you acquire knowledge, it becomes a responsibility, your responsibility to share it with others. And that's, I found this medium to do it. So I hope you can help me out. And I'm very, very grateful to you for that. Now, let's go back to this issue of the Saudis, because you have to remember history here. The Trump recounted a private exchange with MBS, which, by the way, MBS, if you only know how he came to power, it makes you just shake your head and wonder. The end might not be well over the long term. And here is what Trump is saying, even though he's insulting the guy, and the guy has no balls to push back because he got no more dignity whatsoever. Trump is saying that the prince didn't think he would be kissing my, you finish the sentence, you know, and that is, again, a language that usually a president shouldn't be saying. So, because the affront was unprecedented, because at some point, Trump was defending MBS from external criticism. You all remember when MBS gave the orders to the brutal killing of Jamal Khashoggi? And that is why when Trump did this, he was generating humiliation for himself on the Saudi soil. Because Trump did it when he was in Saudi Arabia, using the Saudi money at a Saudi event. That is, again, it makes you just wonder, why is the pathetic prince is swallowing the humiliation that Trump inflicted on him? So where is that Arab dignity, that Muslim dignity? You couldn't take stand when it matters? Shame, really shame. And this is, again, the Donald Trump remarks kind of drew no response from the kingdom whatsoever. Why? Because the kingdom found out that it's at the mercy of the Americans. They cannot survive without America. Simple as that. And this is what's compelling them to maintain this alliance with Washington in the face of the Iranian threat. But at the same time, Iran is saying, we're not threatening you, Saudi Arabia. We are targeting the U.S. installations on your territory that you've been hosting forever. I spent a lot of years in Saudi Arabia when I was still in Washington. So I'm very familiar with certain locations that some of them you would never know. You can even get them through satellites. That's how secretive it was. But it highlights to you the idea of, and that's exactly what I've argued back then. Because here is what I argued in my Saudi book, and detail it to the point that the government told me, well, you can't say this, you can't say that, and so forth. Here is what I argue back. U.S.-Saudi relations will survive, but only because officials in Washington put self-interest, ego, and self-worth before the welfare of the United States. U.S.-Saudi relations will survive, but only because America has corrupt politicians in power who lack the ethical resolve to speak the truth. However, it is my duty to inform readers in America and throughout the world that the US-Saudi relations will not last forever. Saudi society and the political landscape of the Middle East are changing by the hour, as Saudi Arabia lags behind while mistakenly thinking it is leading. That's what I argued back in 2016 or 17, whatever that was the time when I wrote the book, and still stand today. And this is why I found it I couldn't fathom the Saudis, why they are conspicuously staying silent. This insult. And if you know anything about the Arab culture, you know, one thing you do not want to do is to insult in any culture for that matter. But at the same time, you have now MBS that cannot and will not acknowledge the insult without amplifying it. What's most likely he's going to say, oh, he just misspoke. That's most likely what MBS is going to say. Because he cannot pretend it didn't happen, the insult didn't happen. But also he confirms the subordination of the Saudis under the thumb of the US. Because the remarks, in my opinion, expose the raw imbalance in power, which is at the heart of the US Gulf alliances at the moment, when Riyadh is entirely, and I repeat this, is entirely dependent on American air defense systems. And I argued again in the Saudi book back then, and I put an entire section about a hypothetical war between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Iran will run through Saudi Arabia in no time. Saudis will stand no chance. They can't even fight. In Yemen, they couldn't defeat Ansarullah. We had to provide the intelligence, and to my knowledge, there were some Western pilots who were piloting the planes. And again, this highlights to you where things are going. Where the change is coming from Ansarullah. This is where the change is coming from. And the Saudis are so freaking nervous about it because they know Houthis won't hold back if they need to target Saudi Arabia if they give in the green light. But for MBS to take it and just smile, that's pathetic. No man with dignity will allow that. I mean, if somebody's going to talk that language to me, I will put them in their place. And that highlights to you because, once again, is the Houthis that is now, here is a picture of what you're looking at here is a frame, the flame at a chemical plant in Haifa that was attacked. They're not holding back. They're moving forward with whatever needs to be done. But the thing is that I need you to understand briefly here is that the two events are connected by more than just timing, in my opinion, because it reveals the fragility beneath that surface of the US regional strategy in the Gulf. Because there are now reports confirmed that are coming out suggesting that MBS has been privately urging Trump to sustain the war against Iran. Why? Because to MBS, he's thinking, oh, this is a historic opportunity for me to reshape West Asia. I don't think so. Saudis, I was there on the ground. They can't produce anything. If it weren't for oil, we wouldn't be talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia will not exist. It might be called Arabia to begin with, which I'll share one excerpt towards the end here. So, at the same time, the hypocrisy. This is what I talked about to those who are familiar with, Muslims are not supposed to be hypocrites. Come on. But the Saudis are calling for peace publicly, really, but privately. Now the crowd, the MBS is absorbing this humiliation from the very president he has been lobbying. On the other hand of this equation, you see in Yemen, a country ravaged by years of war. No Muslim country came to its defense. Is turning the tables with the long-range missiles, reopening now a front that could further destabilize the Red Sea shipping and deepen the global economic crisis the conflict has already triggered. And the Saudis are so freaking nervous about it. They're scared about it. Because the harsh reality is that this new West Asia or Middle East, you know what it seems to me? It seems that no alliance is sacred and no geography is safe. That's exactly where I see these dynamics moving forward. So let me do my conclusion here for you, and I'll think, as I promised, I will do one short clip for you here. So what happened next week? What happened next? We don't know how things is going to move forward. Because, in my opinion, Trump didn't just insult the prince. He exposed the ugly truth behind America's Gulf alliance, that they are transactional. The survival, like I've always said, the survival of the monarchies, the reason why they are allowing U.S. bases there, it's not because the safety of their people. It's because the survival of those monarchies and those regimes and so forth. But it shows now that the U.S. relations is transactional, is fragile, and ultimately humiliating for those who depend on American security protection. Because MBS, in this case, has no dignified response whatsoever. Why? You may ask. The silence says it all. The silence says it all. It's not a wisdom. Oh, I'm not going to respond. No. You are freaking fucking. You are a coward. You couldn't take stand when it matters. And while the Gulf, with the tensions that's going on, Yemen is reminding the world, and Ansarullah is reminding the world that a country written off as broken and starving, and even with that, can still put a ballistic missile over the Israeli Negev. Just let that sink in. And this is why I'm saying, once again, just to conclude this one, the conversion of those two events deliver one verdict and one verdict only. And you know what that is? Is that the old West Asia or Middle East is over. I've said that. I'm not surprised. I've mentioned it a couple times. I've said it even as recently as a month ago, that the end of the U.S. dominance in Israel is going to come at the hand of Iran. So American dominance is cracking. Non-state actors are rising. And the region is reinventing itself now faster than anyone can manage. And this is why Iran has the upper hand. No matter what you see, yes, there's massive destruction in Iran. Nobody's denying that. But it has the upper hand, which means it can decide the outcome of the war, not the U.S. And wait until tomorrow when I do the clip for you about this arrest of the U.S. soldiers. And you'll reach your own conclusion. I'll just go dig for the information, check it, and double fact check it before I'll share it with you. And one thing is certain. The Gulf is shaking as we speak, and the skies are no longer quiet. That leaves us at least with one question. And you know what this question? Who will still be standing when the dust settles? Now, for me, as an analyst, I've always I have to think the next day. What about the next day? Yes, the war is ongoing, whatever. I am thinking already, what about the next day when the dust settles? Here's the conclusion that I promised you. I'm sorry, not the conclusion, but rather the excerpt, the short from my book. My concluding thought is that when a hardline Islamic entity ends up controlling Saudi Arabia, it will be most likely distant itself from the United States. in order to acquire some legitimacy in the eyes of the Saudis who want change. At that point, it will probably be time to drop the Saudi in Saudi Arabia. The Muslim world will wake up and say, good morning, Arabia. That's how I see it moving forward. Let me play the last clip for you. No, I'm not. Actually, the clip that I was going to play for you is... I don't know what it is. Sorry, guys. I should have. Oh yeah, right here. Let me just show you. It's just a statement by Jeffrey Sachs, and I'm gonna just translate it for you because it's short, very, very, very short. I just want you to see it. Here we go. Sorry, what it says right there is there's Jeffrey Sachs is saying, I am an American and I feel ashamed of the extremely low standard of governance in my country. 2 presidents have successively held office, men afflicted with senility and stupidity. What then has become of humanity? They have destroyed the world. And this is just from Jeffrey Sachs. I just wanted to share this with you as I'm closing this. It's spot on. It's right on point.
Breath, sometimes literally in the same sentence, threatening to bomb and destroy civilian architecture like power grids and desalination plants.
Well, there are 2 possible interpretations, and it's hard to determine which one is correct. The first is that he's a mad king, that he's just basically lost his mind. Sometimes when you listen to him talk, you think that is the case. It's hard to believe that this man is operating with a full deck. That's one interpretation. Another interpretation is he's just flailing. He's in a desperate situation. To get back to the headline that you read, he basically is saying that we can't open the strait. We can't open it. And that would represent a significant defeat for the United States. This would be disastrous for him. At the same time, he understands that he's in a situation that's probably worse than the one that Lyndon Johnson was in back in the day. And he can't do anything about it. And in fact, he's just getting deeper and deeper into the morass. So he's flailing around. And he's going from optimism to pessimism at 95 miles an hour. And it's not that he's a mad king. He's just flailing because he's gotten himself into this desperate situation. So those are the 2 interpretations. I don't know which one is correct.
Yeah, I guess we won't know. But here he is Sunday night on Air Force One saying that Iran has agreed to his 15-point demand during these quote-unquote negotiations. Chris, number 11.
You had offered that 15-point plan to Iran. Did they ever come back with
Yeah,
the
they came back on the 15-point
What did they
plan.
say?
They gave us most of the points. Why wouldn't they?
You make it sound like they made some concessions. Can you identify those?
Well, they're agreeing with us on the plan. I mean, we asked for 15 things, and for the most part, we're going to be asking for a couple of other things. We're having very good meetings, both directly and indirectly, and I think we're getting a lot of very important points.
Sir, will you...
In fact, these meetings don't exist.
I know. I don't know what to say. You know, what do you say about this? The whole thing is just, it's preposterous. The level of incoherence here is just off the charts. This is the president of the United States, the president of the most powerful country in the world. You can only wonder what other leaders around the world, other people around the world are thinking as they watch this.
Yeah.
It's just hard to believe that this man is in charge of the United States.
What do diplomats?
Critical juncture here. That's what we have to emphasize.
Yeah. Well, what do foreign diplomats think of Witkoff and Kushner? Are they credible people?
No, I think that everybody recognizes at this point in time, because we now have enough evidence that number one, they're incompetent. Number two, and relatedly, their level of expertise is not up for the job. And number three, given that we're talking about the Middle East here, they're basically Israeli assets. This is another one of these cases where we have a president, you saw this with Bill Clinton, who is heavily dependent on Israel's lawyers here in the United States to advise him. And this is a prescription for disaster. You want national security advisors who are loyal to the United States, period, end of story. When you have Israeli assets like Witkoff and Kushner advising you, they're going to listen to the Israelis, pretty much push policies that the Israelis want, and you're going to end up in a disastrous situation. And here we are.
You know, the Wall Street Journal piece that I quoted from and that you and I have commented on intimates that he may just stop this. What will Netanyahu do if Trump stops the bombing and stops the war of aggression from the American side?
Well, I would imagine that Netanyahu and the Israelis will continue. The Iranians will certainly continue. And this is why Trump just can't walk away. He's stuck. And I think what's happening here, if you look carefully, is that Trump is going up the escalation ladder. I can't help thinking about Vietnam and how that war played itself out. You want to remember that LBJ took us to war in Vietnam, understanding full well that we were in deep trouble and that we did not have a winning strategy. I mean, the reason that we upped the ante in March of 1965, this is when the first combat troops landed at Da Nang, and this is when Rolling Thunder, the famous bombing campaign of North Vietnam, starts. That starts on March 2nd, and ground troops land on March 8th. But the reason that we're upping the ante is because we're playing a losing hand in Vietnam. And he thinks that he can escalate. He thinks he can control the escalation, and that somehow we'll figure out the magic formula along the way. I mean, that's what was really going on at the time. They didn't think they had a war-winning strategy. And this is the situation that Trump is in. He's involved, and he can't walk away. And it's in part because of the Israelis, but even if the Israelis weren't involved, this is the United States of America. It doesn't walk away from a fight. That mentality is hardwired into us. So what he's doing is he's escalating. As we read the newspapers today, what you see is that the administration is moving ground forces into the Middle East. These are combat units. And we're talking about invading some territory that Iran now controls. We've seen this movie before. And at the same time, we're bombing away, and the bombing is not working. Again, we've seen this movie before. And once you get your ankle in the water, it's not long before you have your leg in the water. And once you get your leg in the water, it's not long before you're in water that's over your head. And if you go back again to the Vietnam War and you start in March 1965 and you ramp forward, you end up on March 31st, 1968. Today's March 31st, 2026. On March 31st, 1968, a downtrodden President Johnson told the American people that he was not going to run for another term. He understood full well that Vietnam had been a disaster for him. And this is the path that President Trump is going down. He's looking for a way to win this. He's flailing around. Again, it gets back to the rhetoric where he goes from wild-eyed optimism on one hand to wild-eyed desperation on the other hand. He's looking for a way to fix this problem. And the fact of the matter is, he can't fix the problem. There's no military solution here. It gets back to your point a few minutes ago about how we're worse off today than we were before the war started.
Right.
It's quite remarkable. And there's no sign that things are improving. And I would imagine that he understands that, and his advisors understand that. And behind closed doors, there is wild-eyed pessimism about where we're headed.
What can he do or hope to do? What is General Kane, who's the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and an Air Force guy, not a combat guy, not an infantry guy, and Hegseth, what are they telling him he can do with? What is the purpose for the introduction of 10,000 more combat troops who arrived over the weekend?
Well, we don't know for sure. I would imagine that there's a lot of difference between what Hegseth is telling him and what General Kane is telling him. Everything I've seen about General Kane tells me that he's a rational legal person who understands the limits of military force. Pete Hegseth is the exact opposite. I mean, the fact that Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of War, or as Chaz Freeman calls him, the Secretary of War Crimes, is a cause for great concern. Oh my God. I mean, this guy, he never even took Strategy 101, much less failed it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hegseth is egging Trump on and telling him that, we can do wonders with these ground forces. That'll solve the problem. But I imagine that General Kane, who has the benefit of advice from his fellow general officers and has all sorts of staffs advising him, that those people fully understand what's going on here, and that there's not a heck of a lot of daylight between most of them and you and me. That would be my surmise. But
well, your surmise is quite correct, Professor. As you and I came on air this morning, Secretary Hegseth said this. Chris, the new cut from Hegseth.
As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. What he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. So if we needed to, we could execute those options on behalf of the President of the United States and this department.
I know you watch all our clips, but here's something that actually can make a difference. Go subscribe to us at zeteo.com so your news stays honest, reliable, and powered by people, not corporations. The future of truth in the media depends on you.
Is this reckless or is it insane?
It's both. If he's whispering in Trump's ear and Trump's listening to him, what we'll do is go up the escalation ladder. And
like LBJ.
Like LBJ. It's very hard once you put your foot in the water to walk away, to pull your foot out of the water. It's just built into a great power like the United States. And when you add the rhetoric and the ideas that are put forth by the Pete Hegseths of the administration. And you also want to remember you have the lobby here pushing very hard to up the ante. The lobby does not want to lose. So there's a lot of pressure on President Trump, independent of those structural forces that are wired into the country, to up the ante. Are we going to lose? Are we going to accept defeat? This is the United States of America. We don't lose. We're winners. This mentality is very powerful. And walking away from this is going to be very difficult. And by the way, there's another whole dimension to this, because we're talking about the escalation that involves bringing ground troops into the conflict, American combat troops into the conflict. But we're also marching up the escalation ladder in terms of destroying economic infrastructure. I thought we would do a better job of holding off on that. But it seems to me that the Israelis are pretty much free to do what they want, and they're destroying a lot of important infrastructure, including energy infrastructure and industrial infrastructure and universities inside of Iran. And the Iranians, of course, are retaliating. The Iranians, by the way, hit a desalination plant in Kuwait. And Kuwait depends on desalination plants for 90% of its fresh water. When you look at all those Gulf states and you think about who's most dependent on desalination plants, it's the Kuwaitis. And what's happened here is the Iranians have hit a desalination plant there. So we're going up the escalation ladder. And this will have devastating consequences for the world economy moving forward. You know, we talk about closing off the strait, and that matters enormously for all the obvious reasons. But it's not only closing off the strait, it's also the fact that there's all this energy infrastructure that's being wrecked, and it's going to take years to replace once the shooting stops.
Here's General Barry McCaffrey, a retired four-star, on one of the talk shows on Sunday morning, who more or less agrees with everything you've said. Chris, cut number 5.
Hegseth in some ways looks like a comic book tough guy. And so I think increasingly inside the Pentagon, there's an element of chaos and hysteria to decision making. Our remaining objectives in the Gulf War are stop the nuclear program and open the Gulf of Hormuz. Each of them are in danger. You cannot stop a nuclear weapons program unless you have inspectors on the ground with robust rules of investigation. That's not going to happen under the current approach by the United States or Israel. The second thing you got to do is you got to open the Gulf of Hormuz. I think the Iranians can outlast us, and no U.S. Navy warfighting vessel wants to be in the Persian Gulf, shallow water, restricted maneuver space, and subject to instant attack by mini subs, floating naval mines, cruise ballistic missiles. It's just a nightmare of an operation. So the whole notion of forcing passage, even if the NATO allies joined us, is really tenuous. This is probably not going to work. We have to have a diplomatic solution.
Your thoughts?
I mean, it's hard to disagree with anything that he said. Trump is moving ground forces to the Middle East, combat units, and he's bringing in 2,000 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne, and he's bringing in about 5,000 Marines. And those Marines are going to be on amphibious assault ships. If you ever sort of look at what those amphibious assault ships look like, you'll see that they're huge ships. And to use them against the Iranians, you have to bring them up close to the Iranian mainland so that the amphibious troops can be dispatched from this big ship and land on the beaches. But there's no way you're going to get that big amphibious ship. There are 2 of them, the USS Iwo Jima and the USS Boxer. You're not going to get these amphibious ships anywhere near the Persian Gulf because they'll likely be hit with cruise missiles and sunk to the bottom of the Jolly Roger. You notice that we're parking all of our large naval ships far away from the Persian Gulf because we're afraid they're going to be hit. So the question is, how do you get these large ships like the USS Iwo Jima, near the Strait of Hormuz? And then you're going to push that ship through the Strait of Hormuz, and as General McCaffrey said, into the Persian Gulf? I don't even think you're going to get through the strait, but if you get through the strait, you're going to be a big sitting target in the Persian Gulf. So this just makes no sense. And then there's the 82nd Airborne. These are light infantry troops. You know, President Trump talks about using them to take Kharg Island. How are you going to do that? Kharg Island is right off the coast of Iran. You can't get through the strait to get to Kharg Island. So how is the 82nd Airborne Division going to get there? I guess maybe you can drop them out of airplanes. I don't think that's going to work very well. Maybe you can insert them with helicopters. Again, I'm sure there are going to be a lot of Iranians down on the ground with anti-aircraft artillery and all sorts of other weapons waiting for those helicopters. And even if you get some 82nd Division, 82nd Airborne Division troops on the ground on Kharg Island, aren't the Iranians going to put drones over their head, blast them with ballistic missiles, artillery and rockets, and so forth and so on? How are you going to resupply those troops? Again, they're on an island that's, you know, right off the coast of Iran, and that you don't have access to. So I kind of just don't understand what's going on here. But again, what's happening is President Trump is walking up the escalation ladder with regard to ground troops. So I don't see how he gets away at this point without doing something with those ground troops. And if that doesn't work out very well, won't there be a serious temptation to bring in more ground troops?
Oh boy. Here's the mentality of Secretary Hegseth. Tell me if in your years at West Point or your years in the Air Force, you ever heard a Secretary of Defense speak like this. Cut number 9, Chris.
Almighty God, who trains our hands for war and our fingers for battle, you who stirred the nations from the north against Babylon of old, making her land a desolation where none dwell. Behold now the wicked who rise against your justice and the peace of the righteous. Snap the rod of the oppressor, frustrate the wicked plans, and break the teeth of the ungodly. By the blast of your anger, let the evil perish. Let their bulls go down to slaughter, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things and blow them away like chaff before the wind.
A woman was depositing a check at the bank, but when it fell into a storm drain.
What God does he worship?
God, hard to believe. I mean, in the past, it was unthinkable that any Secretary of Defense would talk like that. And furthermore, it's just completely inappropriate in a secular nation like the United States. People should be horrified by those comments. And the way he uses Christianity, oh my, you just don't, you know, you're kind of left speechless when you.
Right.
But I do think that you remember Pope Innocent III, right? Pope Innocent III, he was the Pope around 1200.
I don't personally remember him, no.
Pope Innocent III was probably the most famous Pope when it came to the Crusades, going into the Middle East with these Christian forces to deal with the heathen. I think that Pete Hegseth should have been born back in the 1100s, and then he would have been able to advise Pope Innocent III on the Crusades. He could have been a spokesman for Pope Innocent III.
Yeah.
He sounds like a crusader. And I'm not a contemporary crusader. I'm talking about a crusader from way back when.
Yeah, he does. It's how does that go over with the troops? I noticed people in uniform, they seem to be senior officers, not grunts, in his audience. I don't know exactly to whom he was speaking, but there were uniformed military personnel in the audience. Do their eyes glaze over, or do they fall for this?
I would imagine that for almost all of them, they're shocked, and they just go to great lengths to hide that fact. Of course, you want to understand that Hegseth and Trump are going to great lengths to promote people in the military who have their worldview or support their worldview. Right. And they're trying to sort of weed out anybody who has a view that's at odds with their view or their views. And so there may be a number of generals who are sympathetic to what they're saying. I cannot believe that there are many of them. I think that most of those generals have been socialized in ways that can't help but lead them to believe that this is outrageous, which it is.
If the 82nd Airborne and the U.S. Marines do invade Karg Island or one of the other smaller islands, names now escaping me, would the IDF join them in those boots on the ground invasions?
Of course not. No, they're too smart to get involved in this. They're willing to let the United States pursue this foolish mission. So the Israelis won't be involved at all. The other thing is the Israelis are up to their eyeballs in alligators in southern Lebanon, in Gaza, and in Syria, not to mention the West Bank where they're executing these various pogroms. So they don't have troops to spare. As we've talked about before on the show, the chief of staff of the IDF has said that the Israeli military is in desperate straits these days. The soldiers are exhausted, and calling them up again has caused all sorts of problems because the Israelis have had a big mobilization for the war in southern Lebanon, which is not working out very well, by the way. So the Israelis are not in any position to join with us to invade territory that belongs to Iran. And furthermore, I think they surely understand that this is not going to work out very well, and therefore it's best not to be a part of it.
Do we know how badly Israel has been damaged by the Iranian retaliation, or have the IDF censors kept us from knowing that?
No, I think the IDF censors have done a brilliant job. It's really quite remarkable how little information there is. And TikTok used to be a reliable source for these sorts of things, but the lobby now owns TikTok, and they basically control what we see on TikTok. So it's hard to get information through TikTok. But I would note to you that there was a piece in Haaretz that has not been challenged by anyone that says 8 out of 10 Iranian missiles are getting through and hitting Israel. It's a quite remarkable statement. 8 out of 10 Iranian ballistic missiles are getting through. And of course, they're pounding them with drones too. And we occasionally see evidence of the damage that those ballistic missiles do in Israel. But it's very hard to figure out what the big picture looks like and just how much damage Iran is doing to Israel, and also how much damage Hezbollah is doing in northern Israel. Because you want to understand that despite all this talk before February 28th about the fact that Hezbollah had been decisively defeated, that was capable of inflicting damage on Israel, Hezbollah has been firing off huge numbers of rockets and missiles at northern Israel, and in some instances has been coordinating those efforts with the Iranians.
Taxes was so taxing.
I thought of you the other day, Professor Mearsheimer. We came across, about a 30 or maybe even 40-year-old quote from Pat Buchanan, who must have been channeling his inner John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt when he was asked what he thought about Congress, and he said, "It's Israeli-occupied territory."
Yeah. You know, it's another sort of important dimension to this whole conflict that relates to, the lobby and its influence here in the United States has to do with the morality of what we're doing, or the legality of what we're doing. If you think about the war last June, and you think about this war, these were gross violations of international law.
Right.
We didn't even make any attempt to argue that the Iranians had done something militarily to precipitate our attack on Iran. We did nothing back in June of last year, on June 13th, and again on February 28th. I mean, even Adolf Hitler, when he invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939, staged this phony event to make it look like Germany was responding to a Polish provocation. There's no provocation here. We just decided we were going to go out and we were going to whack the Iranians, both last June and again this time. Furthermore, both the Israelis and the Americans are running around the world assassinating leaders. This was not something that the United States engaged in large part, or certainly in an overt way in the past. And here we are. And furthermore, there's the Gaza genocide, right? The Israelis, here's an apartheid state executing a genocide in Gaza, and we're complicitous in that genocide. If there were Nuremberg trials, right, where the Israelis and the Americans were brought before the court, President Trump, along with President Netanyahu and many of their advisors, would be hanged, right? This is a genocide, is it not? It is a genocide. What did we do in 1945 with those Germans who executed a genocide in Europe and who were not only accused of executing a genocide, but those German leaders were accused of launching a war of aggression? It bears remarkable resemblance to what we and the Israelis have now twice done against Iran. And as I said, one of the fundamental differences, at least Hitler pretended in 1939 that he was reacting to a Polish provocation. We don't even need a provocation. And with regard to the whole subject of human rights and international law, the United States is a thoroughly liberal country, and it's filled with pundits and academics who are liberal to the core, who have a deep-seated interest in human rights and international law. I've been operating in this environment for more than 50 years. I know this environment very well. Academia and the media, just to take two of our institutions, are or have been very interested in international law and human rights and preventing mass murder and preventing genocide. Hardly a peep from any of the people in these institutions or from the institutions themselves, if you're talking about the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, about what the Israelis and the Americans are doing. And you want to ask yourself, why is that the case? What's happening here? What's causing this abject silence? It's really quite remarkable. The silence is caused by the fact that we are now joined at the hip with the Israelis, and the lobby makes it almost impossible in the United States for there to be any daylight between the United States and Israel, and also for us to criticize Israel. So Israel can behave in the most reckless and despicable ways, and we can't criticize Israel. And not only do we not criticize Israel, we end up joining with them. We become partners in the genocide. We are complicitous in the genocide. These assassinations, nobody protests these assassinations. In fact, the administration and many outlets like the Wall Street Journal cheer the assassinations. You just want to ask yourself, where does this leave us?
A brilliant and right on the mark mini dissertation, Professor Mearsheimer. There is no anti-war movement. The lobby has co-opted so much. They've just taken over CBS. They're about to take over CNN. And as you say, TikTok is now useless as an instrument of free speech. Professor Mearsheimer, an early happy Easter to you and your family. Thank you very much.
Kofi, follow me.